His contributions are indeed great, but he's arrogant precisely because of that. Previously, I made him go and kill the undying emperor. It took a lot of effort to convince him. His contributions are indeed great, but he's arrogant precisely because of that. Previously, I made him go and kill the undying emperor. It took a lot of effort to convince him. The heavenly emperor shook his head with a bitter expression. Han Ju didn't know if he should believe it. The divine general also had a good impression of him. It was a 3-star favorability. Before today, it was the same as the heavenly emperor's favorability towards him. Han Ju said, "At least he was nurtured by you, your majesty. Don't worry. If I get stronger in the future, I won't forget your kindness." The heavenly emperor smiled. "I believe you. Cultivate well. With me around, no one will disturb your cultivation." With that, the heavenly emperor vanished. Han Ju quickly returned to the Khanate cave abode. He began to ponder the heavenly emperor's intentions. Could it be that the heavenly emperor and the divine general were about to clash? He had thought that the divine general was a trusted aide of the heavenly emperor, but it seemed that that was not the case. The only trusted subordinate of the heavenly emperor was Di Tai Bai. Han Ju didn't know anyone else for the time being. If there really is a traitor, I can check through the system. Han Ju thought silently and stopped thinking about it. He started to focus on cultivating. When he became stronger, he wouldn't be afraid no matter how chaotic the heavenly court was. Han Ju had never thought of working for them. He could return the favor, but there was no need to risk his life. Survival was the most important thing. 5 years later, Han Ju opened his eyes and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse. This was a rule he had set. Every 10 years, he had to curse his enemies once to prevent anyone from thinking of settling the scores with him. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your grand disciple Murong Qi was attacked by your good friend Huang Jihao. Both sides were injured. You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Com platform. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by your good friends Imo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan. He was severely injured and in danger. He comprehended a mystical power and successfully escaped. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by demon beasts, X160105, your good friend Xian Shishir has ascended. Your good friend Marshal Shen Peng was attacked by the heavenly court's immortals and gods. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren has comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by demon beasts, X310229, your grand disciple Fang Liang comprehended the divinity of heaven and earth and became a god on the spot. Han Ju looked down and couldn't help but sigh. It was really exciting. The Khanate Providence bearers also began to fight. They forced each other to become stronger. Could this be the reason why the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world had increased so much? Han Ju didn't want to interfere in the chaotic battle between Imo Fuzhou, Zhou Fan, Murong Qi, and Fang Liang. Even if someone died, with their providence, they might be stronger when they reincarnated. Several months later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and took out the Heavenly Dao token to check the Heavenly Dao tablet's ranking. Then, he discovered that the Scarlet Cloud world's ranking had soared again. It was already at the 3012th place. Ridiculous. Han Ju hurriedly observed the Scarlet Cloud world and then was shocked. Many experts actually appeared in the world. Although Murong Qi, Fang Liang, Imo Fuzhou, Zhou Fan, and Huang Jihao were strong, they were still far from being the number one in the world. Among the 5 of them, only Murong Qi, Imo Fuzhou, and Huang Jihao were ranked above 90. The cultivators above were mostly from the various holy lands. There were nearly 20 people from the heavenly immortal manor on the list. After Ji Xianchen left, the heavenly immortal manor did not decline. Instead, it became even more prosperous. Han Ju observed for a few days. After confirming that there were no devils or demons, he was relieved. Forget it. Han Ju sighed in his heart. He couldn't stop those geniuses from cultivating. That would go against his role. This content is taken from Light Novel World. He could only pray that the luck of the Scarlet Cloud world would grow slower. 20 years later. Han Ju finally broke through to the late stage of the reincarnation true immortal realm. He was already close to the mystic immortal realm. Han Ju checked Long Shan. He was only at the mid-stage grand unity true immortal realm. You want to enter the golden immortal realm before me? How dare you? Han Ju cursed in his heart and continued to consolidate his cultivation. 2 months later, he walked out of the cave abode and gathered everyone under the Fusang tree. Chang Yuer, Fairy Shi Xian, and Xing Hongxian were also called over. He prepared to preach the Tao to everyone and increase their cultivation. To mortals, the preaching of an immortal was a huge opportunity. Han Ju used his Tao voice to let everyone quickly enter a state of enlightenment. During this process, the cultivation questions that everyone found difficult to understand in the past were directly resolved. It was very magical. After a year, Han Ju ended the lecture and started to ask them questions. In just a short year, everyone's cultivation levels increased. This was true even for the 2 golden crows who had stepped into the loose immortal realm. The most obvious was Zhou Mingyue. It was mainly because his cultivation realm was low. After Han Ju's lecture, his talent was completely unlocked. Another half a year passed before Han Ju stood up. Xing Hongxian suddenly caught up to him and smiled. "Husband, I want to talk to you for a while. Let's go in." Chang Yuer frowned. Fairy Shi Xian left. Dao Comprehension Sword was also a little unhappy, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Tu Ling'er looked at Xing Hongxian enviously. The others pretended not to hear and continued cultivating. Han Ju couldn't reject Xing Hongxian, so he brought her into the cave abode and let Dao Comprehension Sword wait outside. Should I be more proactive? Chang Yuer thought silently. Updated from Light Novel World. Her eyes were firm. She decided to find Han Ju again after some time and force herself on him. As soon as she entered the cave abode, Xing Hongxian leaned towards Han Ju like a snake. "Husband, why have you become even more handsome recently? I really like you," Xing Hongxian said in an extremely sweet voice, causing Han Ju to have goosebumps. This woman was becoming more and more seductive. Han Ju ridiculed in his heart, but he still obediently took off his clothes. It was good to release it occasionally. This would prevent something from going wrong with his state of mind. Heavenly Court, North Heavenly Gate. Ji Xianchen stood in silver armor, surrounded by more than 10 heavenly soldiers. As a low-grade prodigy, Ji Xianchen was arranged to guard the 4 heavenly gates every once in a while. Ji Xianchen was expressionless. His thoughts had long flown outside the heavenly court. The battle last time made me gain a deep understanding. As expected, I still have to fight. I can't always cultivate in seclusion, Ji Xianchen thought silently, deciding to find a few heavenly generals to sweep the demon region next time. At this moment, a few immortals flew over. Ji Xianchen and the heavenly troops bowed. "Have you heard? His Majesty invited the Divine Palace for this heavenly peach banquet. If the Buddhists and the Demon Court join forces, the Heavenly Court naturally has to rope in the Divine Palace. It's said that the Divine Palace's prodigy is coming." "Who? The reincarnated immortal emperor? How is that possible?" "It's another prodigy, the Sword God Emperor. Looks like the Heavenly Peach Banquet isn't that simple." Hearing the discussions, Ji Xianchen narrowed his eyes. He had been in the heavenly court for some time and knew about the Divine Palace. There might not be as many cultivators in the Divine Palace as in the heavenly court, but they had the most geniuses, immortal emperors, and great emperors. It's impossible for the 2 factions to just chat. They will definitely spar and fight in the dark. If I can defeat the Sword God Emperor, won't I be able to soar into the sky? Ji Xianxian thought silently as his eyes lit up. The latest episodes are on the light novel world.com website. He was only a low-grade heavenly general and didn't know much about the cultivation realm of the immortal world. He didn't know how strong the Sword God Emperor was. However, since he was just a prodigy, it meant that he had yet to mature. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After interacting with Xing Hongxian for a month, Han Ju was finally willing to let Dao Comprehension Sword in. After interacting with Xing Hongxian for a month, Han Ju was finally willing to let Dao Comprehension Sword in. He ignored her emotions and took out the Book of Misfortune. He couldn't miss his daily mission. He habitually checked his emails. It felt like reading a memorial. The Heavenly Emperor might have felt the same in the Numinous Palace, but Han Ju didn't need to deal with anything. He only needed to read. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by your grand disciple Fang Liang and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your grand disciple Fang Liang and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by your grand disciple Murong Qi and was severely injured. Your disciple Sun Chang'an was attacked by a demon king and was severely injured. Fortunately, your disciple Murong Qi saved him. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The luck of the Dragon Immortal Island has decreased. Your good friend Di Taibai was attacked by a ghost deity, X14, your good friend Long Shan has received guidance from the Great Emperor. His mystical power has reached greater mastery. Fang Liang is so fierce. He fought single-handedly against Mo Fuzhou and Zhou Fan. Han Ju was stunned and immediately checked Fang Liang. Fang Liang, second level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Due to the infusion of providence from heaven and earth, he has cultivated the heaven and earth divine body and has surpassed mortals, heaven and earth divine body. This was quite something. Han Ju also noticed that Su Qi had already arrived at the Dragon Immortal Island. Dear disciple, I hope that you can kill Daoist Dan Qing before he causes trouble for me, Han Ju muttered to himself and revealed a strange smile. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, who are you talking to? Han Ju said, no one. Master, I'm about to master the first level of the heavenly sword Dao, Dao Comprehension Sword said with a smile. Han Ju said angrily, we'll talk after you master it. How many years has it been? Updated from Light Novel World. Fine. Dao Comprehension Sword had no choice but to continue cultivating. Han Ju ignored her and continued reading his emails. Only he could understand the pleasure of surfing the web. Several months later, the mission was completed. Han Ju first used the Heavenly Dao token to observe Sun Chang'an. He was still very worried about him. This fellow often fell into a love trap. He had been out for so long and didn't know how the situation was. If not for the fact that the spirit chi of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain no longer needed Sun Chang'an to strengthen, Han Ju would definitely force him to stay here. At this moment, Sun Chang'an was getting drunk in an inn in the city, and he kept muttering a name. Qianer. Han Ju was really impressed. Was the curse cast by the divine Buddha so terrifying? She had been dead for hundreds of years, but he still couldn't forget her. Han Ju suddenly felt that it might be better to let Sun Chang'an die. In another life, Han Ju would trap him on the mountain without ever seeing a woman. No. This was also not appropriate. What if he targeted the women on the mountain? Then it would become a melodramatic plot. Han Ju thought for a moment. Should he find Qianer's reincarnation? However, Sun Chang'an was so ugly. No matter how many times Qianer reincarnated, she probably would not like him. Sigh. Forget it. He should make the best use of his time to cultivate and strive to reach the divine Buddha's realm as soon as possible to save Sun Chang'an. Although Murong Qi always despised Sun Chang'an, whenever Sun Chang'an was in danger, he would always be the first to catch up. Sometimes, Han Ju felt sorry for Murong-chi. However, there was no choice. After all, he was the eldest senior brother among Na Ju's third-generation disciples. He had to be a role model. Han Ju felt that the third-generation disciples were much stronger than the second-generation disciples. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm among the second-generation disciples, only Su Qi and Tu Linger were passable. The strongest was Su Qi. Sun Chang'an and Yang Tiandong were too useless. It was time to think of a name for his lineage. Cultivate diligently sect. Cultivate diligently cult. Cultivate diligently mountain. Cultivate diligently cave. Low profile. Cave. Time passed quickly. 10 years were memories, while 100 years were a dynasty. During Han Ju's cultivation, 30 years passed. After 30 years, Han Ju had yet to break through to the perfected reincarnation true immortal realm, but he was not far. After obtaining the stellar primordial body, he still needed so much time. It could be seen that it was really difficult to break through in the true immortal realm. He looked at Long Shan again and saw that he was still in the mid-stage. On this day, Fong Liang returned. His return made everyone under the Fusang tree stand up, all because he had lost an arm. What happened? Who did it? The black hell chicken asked. Fong Liang's hair was a little white. He looked rather experienced and was no longer the handsome youth from before. Fong Liang smiled bitterly. I broke it myself. Chu Shiren and Zhou Mingyue also looked at him. Zhou Mingyue was especially curious about Fong Liang. Having been on the mountain for so long, he often heard others mention Fong Liang and Murong-chi. It was said that Grandmaster doted on them the most. Nothing. I'll go visit Grandmaster first, Fong Liang said with a smile. With that said, he walked towards the Khanate cave abode. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Kam Han Ju noticed that something was wrong with him, so he chased Dao Comprehension Sword out, allowing the two of them to speak alone. Grandmaster, I finally understand why you didn't come out and why you didn't marry. Fong Liang knelt in front of him and sighed. His face was filled with sorrow. Han Ju asked, what's wrong? Fong Liang began to talk about his experiences. It turned out that the saintess of the demons he married was the daughter of the Black Fox Demon Emperor. The Black Fox Demon Emperor thought highly of him at first, but Fong Liang realized that the Demon Emperor agreed to this marriage because he wanted to rule both the humans and demons. Not only that, but the saintess also began to persuade Fong Liang. It was only because the Black Fox Demon Emperor promised to give up his position to Fong Liang in the future. How could Fong Liang abandon the human race? After a few twists and turns, the quarrels and ideals had worn down their love, so the couple had still broken up. Fong Liang cut off his arm to show his determination. He wouldn't turn back. The saintess was heartbroken. Her personality had changed drastically and she was filled with hatred for him. After hearing this, Han Ju comforted him. It's fine. In life, such a love tribulation can't be lacking. Just cultivate well in the future. There are many fairies in heaven. There's no need to care about her. Remember, cultivation is the most important. Fong Liang smiled bitterly. Han Ju said, stay on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Don't go out anymore. It was to prevent him from helping the Scarlet Cloud world raise its ranking again. Fong Liang nodded and said, Grandmaster, I don't seem to be immortal anymore. This feeling is indescribable. Although I'm only at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, Mahayana realm cultivators are already not my match. How strange. Regarding his providence and talent, he had always thought that it was the result of Han Ju changing his fate for him back then. So, every time others praised him, he would think of Han Ju and feel warm inside. Han Ju said, it's nothing. Your uncle Master Su Chi has already ascended. Your goal should be the same as him. Don't use the Mahayana realm in the mortal world as your standard. You might be very strong in the mortal world, but compared to the prodigies of the immortal world, you're not worth mentioning. Fong Liang thought about it and felt that it made sense. Then, Han Ju began to teach him a mystical power. He would teach the 10,000 sword sect to Fong Liang, and when he completely grasped it, he would teach him the 3 pure world cleansing. His goal was to let his disciples inherit his various abilities. This way, he would appear unfathomable and omnipotent. 3 months later, Fong Liang walked out of the Khanate cave abode. He was no longer dispirited and became high-spirited again. "Wirm King, do you want to spar?" The source of this content is Light Novel World. Calm Fong Liang smiled at the 3-headed Wirm King. The 3-headed Wirm King thought to himself, "This kid wants to bully me? No, he's only at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. What do I have to be afraid of?" Read at Wuxia World. EU. After Fong Liang returned, the peak of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain was lively for a few days before calm returned. After Fong Liang returned, the peak of the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain was lively for a few days before calm returned. After more than 1,000 years of tradition, Han Ju's disciples were already used to cultivating diligently. Zhou Mingyue seemed to treat Fong Liang as an imaginary enemy. His cultivation attitude was even harder than before. Han Ju began to break through to the perfected reincarnation true immortal realm. 27 years later. Han Ju successfully broke through to the perfected reincarnation true immortal realm. He didn't stop to rest. Instead, he continued to consolidate his cultivation. About 5 years later, Han Ju had a chance to break through. Go out first. Han Ju opened his eyes and instructed. Hearing this, Dao Comprehension Sword stood up instinctively. She walked to the entrance and suddenly turned around. "Master, I've already mastered the first level of the Heavenly Sword Dao." "That's right. I'll teach you the second level later." Dao Comprehension Sword left, her back a little disappointed. Han Ju thought to himself, "Am I too ruthless to her? I have to be gentle to her in the future so that she won't run away." After walking out of the Khanate cave abode, Dao Comprehension Sword happily sparred with Fong Liang. The two of them went to the sky to spar. They were both sword cultivators and the battle caused a huge commotion, attracting the attention of many cultivators from the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The Heavenly Sword Dao vs the 10,000 Sword Sect. Han Ju didn't watch the battle and focused on the breakthrough. The Stellar Primordial Body, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique, and the 6 Paths Spirit Body. There was almost no doubt that Han Ju would break through. 7 years later. Han Ju successfully broke through. His dermic powers soared and his soul transformed. Han Ju was so happy. He immediately opened his attributes panel. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 1365/120,459,999, race, immortal, stellar primordial body, visit Light Novel World. Calm for a better experience, cultivation, early stage of the reincarnation mystic immortal realm. 120 million years of lifespan. It was sky high. Han Ju felt like he was going to ascend on the spot. 100 million years of lifespan was unheard of. This was true cultivation. After Han Ju saw the attributes panel, his breathing quickened. As long as he didn't cause trouble and cultivated for 100 million years, if he couldn't reach the zenith heaven, Han Ju would write his name backwards. Han Ju continued to consolidate his cultivation. Half a year later, he finally finished his breakthrough. The first thing was to celebrate with the Book of Misfortune. With such a long lifespan, he could squander it. Each person would be cursed for 7 days. After 5 days, each day would reduce his lifespan. Several months later, Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. He began the simulation trial. Long Shan and the others were no longer his match. Thus, he directly challenged Di Taibai. This time, he was not insta-killed by him. The two fought back and forth. After Hanju used the third level of the heavenly sword Dao to split open the primordial world, Di Taibai couldn't hold on anymore when the stars appeared. Di Taibai had indeed cultivated the heavenly sword Dao and had also cultivated to the third level. Unfortunately, he was still no match for Hanju. The battle lasted for nearly an hour. After the battle ended, Hanju frowned. An hour was too long. I'm still not strong enough. That person from the Divine Palace killed a golden immortal at the true immortal realm. When he reaches the mystic immortal realm, he will definitely be able to kill golden immortals instantly. Hanju thought silently, and the pride in his heart vanished. He tried to fight the Heavenly Emperor but was insta-killed. Hanju regained his cautious personality. He was still too weak. For more, visit Light Novel World. If the Heavenly Emperor changed his temperament and wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to stop it. He set another goal, surpass the Heavenly Emperor. After thinking, Hanju called Dao Comprehension Sword in. Dao Comprehension Sword sat on her mat and smiled. Master, you succeeded. Hanju thought of how he had decided to treat her better, so he smiled and said, yes, I'll teach you the second level of the Heavenly Sword Dao next. Come over and sit beside me. Dao Comprehension Sword was pleasantly surprised. She had taken human form for hundreds of years but had never sat on Hanju's bed. She carefully sat beside Hanju like a kitten. Hanju didn't mind. After she sat down, he started to teach her the second level of the Heavenly Sword Dao. After teaching it for a year, he let Dao Comprehension Sword comprehend it by herself. On this day, Di Taibai suddenly came to visit. Hanju chased Dao Comprehension Sword out and let him enter the cave abode. Your disciples and grand-disciples are all very talented. They broke through quite quickly. Di Taibai stroked his beard and smiled. He sized up Hanju. Hanju saw that his condition was not right. He had been attacked by a ghost deity before. Could it be that his injuries had not recovered? They're passable. Senior, are you here regarding the Heavenly Peach Banquet? Hanju asked with a smile. Di Taibai nodded and waved his right hand, causing 4 fist-sized peaches to appear on the table. The heavenly peaches looked very similar to ordinary peaches, but they were even pinker. The Heavenly Peach Banquet is about to begin. In order to prevent all the heavenly peaches from being eaten, I've brought them to you in advance. Ordinary immortals and gods can only eat 1. Even the Heavenly Mother can only eat 2. Most of His Majesty's sons only have 1 or 2. Those who are extremely talented can only eat 3, Di Taibai said enviously. The Heavenly Emperor was really giving a lot to him. After Hanju heard that, his impression of the Heavenly Emperor increased. If he could help the Heavenly Emperor in the future, he would definitely do it as long as it didn't threaten his life. Help me thank His Majesty. I will remember this favor, Hanju said seriously. He could already sense the boundless immortal chi within the heavenly peaches. As expected of the heavenly court's prized fruit. Di Taibai continued with a smile, the prodigies of the divine palace have come to this heavenly peach banquet. The leader is the sword god emperor. This person can become an immortal emperor at any time. Although he isn't the leader of the divine palace's younger generation, he's still the #1 sword cultivator. If you were born 100,000 years earlier, you might be able to compete with him and destroy his prestige in the heavenly peach banquet. Sword God Emperor. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Platform. Hanju had a strange expression. The Sword God Emperor still had a favorable impression of him. 3 stars, in fact. They were all friends. There was no need to show off. The two forces are meeting. Are they going to fight? Han Ju asked curiously. According to the plan, the prodigies would definitely fight and suppress each other. Fortunately, he did not go to the heavenly peach banquet. Otherwise, he would be in danger. This was definitely the best time to attract hatred. Given how highly the heavenly emperor regarded him, it was very likely that he would be sent on stage. The more Han Ju thought about it, the gladder he was. Di Taibai smiled and said, "Don't worry. The heavenly court is not to be trifled with. We also have many prodigies. His Highness Long Shan is not the number one prodigy of the heavenly court. He can only be considered a prodigy." Han Ju nodded. That was good. He hoped that nothing would happen to the heavenly court. If the heavenly court was destroyed not long after he joined, wouldn't he be like the revenge-seeking male protagonist of a fantasy novel? The two of them chatted for a while before Di Taibai bid farewell and left. Han Ju put away the heavenly peaches and took out the heavenly Dao token. He wondered how the providence of the Scarlet Cloud world had been recently. Soon, Han Ju saw the Scarlet Cloud world's ranking. He was speechless. Number 2532. It rose too quickly. Could it be that the providence of the heavenly court was declining? Han Ju fell into deep thought. Forget it, forget it. He would first improve his sword Dao mystical power and increase his overall strength. Han Ju closed his eyes and started to comprehend the three pure world cleansing. Soon, he entered the sword Dao river. Seeing Zhang Guxing again, Han Ju discovered a figure in front of him. The two of them seemed to be chatting. Zhang Guxing smiled at Han Ju and said, "You're here. You came at the right time. You can get to know him. He's a young sword cultivator from the Divine Palace. He's only 3,000 years old and is already at the late-stage Grand Unity True Immortal realm. He has the potential to become a prodigy." The source of this content is Light Novel World. Com read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju couldn't help but look at the figure in front of Zhang Guxing. It was a silver shadow that couldn't be seen clearly. Han Ju couldn't help but look at the figure in front of Zhang Guxing. It was a silver shadow that couldn't be seen clearly. However, Han Ju was a reincarnation mystic immortal. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could see this person's appearance. He was dressed in red and had a sword at his waist. He was handsome, with conceit between his eyebrows. He was also sizing up Han Ju. A late-stage Grand Unity True Immortal Realm expert of merely 3,000 years old. His potential was indeed impressive. Han Ju praised him in his heart. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm Han Ju. Greetings, fellow Taoist." The silver figure cupped his hands. "Divine Palace, Zhu Jian." Zhu Jian. What a good name. Han Ju didn't know what to say. The other party clearly had no feelings for him. Zhang Guxing asked with a smile, "The heavenly peach banquet is about to begin. With your aptitude, won't the heavenly court invite you?" Han Ju said, "I'm afraid of trouble and can't be bothered to go. It's better to stay at home and cultivate." Zhu Jian smiled and said, "Indeed. In this heavenly peach banquet, my divine palace's sword god emperor will definitely be in the limelight. No one from the heavenly court should be able to defeat him." Really? This heavenly peach banquet looked like a grand event, but the divine palace wanted to take the opportunity to show off. Han Ju wasn't too worried. If the heavenly emperor dared to invite the divine palace, he definitely had the confidence. "Senior, I'll be leaving first." Zhu Jian bowed to Zhang Guxing and left. From this attitude, it seemed that Zhang Guxing's status in the divine palace was very high. Even if he left, he would still be respected by the geniuses of the palace. Han Ju thought. He didn't dislike Zhu Jian's attitude and felt that it was normal. Since he wasn't interested in making friends, so be it. He didn't offend Han Ju, anyway. After Zhu Jian disappeared, Zhang Guxing smiled and said, "The youngsters of the Divine Palace are like you. They cultivate all year round and are not good at socializing." Han Ju nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. I'm not that calculative." He changed the topic and asked, "Senior, do you know the relationship between Heavenly Emperor and the Divine General? You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World .com platform. You came into contact with them so quickly. There are indeed rumors that the Heavenly Emperor and the Divine General are not on good terms. The Divine General thinks highly of himself. After he grew up, he was dissatisfied with the many decisions made by the Heavenly Emperor. In addition, he achieved great feats and overshadowed his master, so that attracted the guesses of various factions. Of course, these are all rumors. The Divine General still belongs to the Heavenly Court. If you really join the Heavenly Court, don't try to guess their relationship. Only they know whether they are on good terms or not. The only thing that can be certain is that the Divine General only listens to the Heavenly Emperor." Han Ju nodded. He felt the same. The mind of an emperor could not be guessed. The two of them chatted for a while more before Han Ju bid farewell and left. In the following year, he came several times. Zhang Guxing couldn't help but sigh. Who was the guardian of the Sword Dao River? Why did it feel like Han Ju already treated this place as his home? After spending a year raising his Sword Dao to the extreme, Han Ju was satisfied. He discovered that he couldn't make the Heavenly Sword Dao any stronger. This Sword Dao was already at the limit. Han Ju couldn't imagine how strong the person who created it was. Han Ju took out a heavenly peach and ate it. The fruit melted the moment it entered his mouth, turning into boundless immortal qi. Han Ju immediately circulated his energy to refine it. Several days later, the heavenly peach was digested. Han Ju's dermic powers increased greatly, surpassing decades of bitter cultivation. His lifespan also increased by 10,000 years. However, he was still far from the mid-stage of the reincarnation mystic immortal realm. The difficulty of breaking through in the mystic immortal realm was dozens of times higher than that of a true immortal. It seemed that the heavenly peaches weren't very helpful to mystic immortals. This was normal. If the power of the heavenly peach was limitless, the Heavenly Emperor would be able to produce immortal emperors or even zenith heavens with the peaches. Han Ju decided to keep the remaining 3 peaches for now. What if they had some use later? He picked up the remaining peach core and let Dao Comprehension Sword bury it under the Fusang tree. What if he could plant a heavenly peach tree? One had to have dreams. It was fine even if it didn't succeed. Dao Comprehension Sword did as told. Visit Light Novel World .com for the best novel reading experience. He continued to cultivate. 10 years later, Han Ju stopped cultivating and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse his enemies. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a mighty figure. He used a spatial mystical power to dodge and accidentally left the mortal world. Your grand disciple Murong Qi was attacked by demon beasts, X289004, your enemy Black Fox Demon Emperor was attacked by your grand disciple Murong Qi. He was severely injured and his life was hanging by a thread. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by your good friend the Sword God Emperor and was severely injured. Your good friend the Sword God Emperor was attacked by an immortal god, X67. Your good friend Long Shan was attacked by your good friend Sword God Emperor and was severely injured. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by an immortal god and was severely injured. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. Daoist Dan Qing's lifespan has decreased by 10,000 years. The chances of the Dragon Immortal Island encountering a heavenly tribulation have increased. Along the way, they were all severely injured. How dangerous! Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the Sword God Emperor was severely injured. This meant that Heavenly Court wasn't suppressed by the Divine Palace. He didn't want the heavenly court to be crushed by the divine palace at this juncture. On second thought, Han Ju felt that his fear was ridiculous. This was the heavenly court. Before he joined, heavenly court was a huge mountain that made him feel suffocated. After joining, he was worried about it. This was a little like the logic in novels where enemies' factions always seemed overpowered but quickly weakened once they were on your side. Only by becoming an enemy could he understand how powerful the other party was. Who injured the sword god emperor? Han Ju was very curious. The email didn't indicate who it was, which meant that the person didn't have any contact with him. And it wasn't the divine general. This content is taken from Light Novel World. The heavenly court was truly filled with hidden talents. Han Ju continued cursing as he thought. 2 years later. Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up and saw a figure appear in the void above the scarlet cloud world. This person was 1,000 feet tall, standing on a 1,000-foot-long flood dragon. He wore a black robe and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down at the scarlet cloud world. Han Ju frowned. Who was this person? The black-robed man slowly raised his right hand. A long sword wrapped in blood aura appeared in his palm. He held the hilt. Oh no! Han Ju immediately moved out of the Khanate cave abode and arrived above the scarlet cloud world. When the black-robed man waved his sword, Han Ju also drew his sword and slashed at the sky. Heavenly Sword Dao. Sword pierces heaven. The black sword Chi sword and collided with the black-robed man's sword Chi. Boom! The sword Chi exploded and swept in all directions. Han Ju and the black-robed man's robes fluttered from the wind. The black-robed man looked at him in surprise. A mere mortal world actually has a mystic immortal. The black-robed man thought to himself. His eyes turned ruthless as he brandished his sword again. Han Ju was annoyed. Courting death. Without another word, he raised the primordial judgment sword and executed 3 pure world cleansing. 9 sword Chi Cs appeared in front of him. They were all vertical, like 9 huge discs facing the black-robed man. Countless sword shadows condensed. The black-robed man was surprised and immediately used his mystical power. The flood dragon beneath his feet transformed into a sinister-looking pagoda that covered him. 3 pure world cleansing, 9 heavens erupted again. Every sword Chi C shot out 10 million sword shadows. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Nearly 100 million sword shadows shot out. Han Ju didn't hold back as his 6 paths dermic powers poured out. When the sword shadows grew larger and larger in the black-robed man's eyes, he screamed inside, "Oh no!" Read at Wuxia World. EU. The sword chi formed by hundreds of millions of sword shadows was spectacular. It quickly drowned the black-robed man. Even the giant pagoda formed by the flood dragon was drowned. The sword chi formed by hundreds of millions of sword shadows was spectacular. It quickly drowned the black-robed man. Even the giant pagoda formed by the flood dragon was drowned. In the sword chi, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. He was terrified. Impossible. Such dermic powers. This sword chi. Was he really only a mystic immortal? The black-robed man gritted his teeth and blocked with his dermic powers. Soon, the huge pagoda covering him shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, his Dharma treasure would shatter in a few seconds. Damn it! The black-robed man shouted, "Let's talk nicely. There's no need to kill. Wanderer Tianyi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars, when Han Ju saw the notification, his killing intent soared. He increased his dermic powers and crushed Wanderer Tianyi with absolute power. His body and soul were destroyed. It was a complete obliteration. Han Ju stopped attacking when he couldn't sense Wanderer Tianyi's aura anymore. He then checked his interpersonal relationships and couldn't find Wanderer Tianyi. He should be dead. Han Ju was in a bad mood. What was going on? He was in seclusion when someone suddenly appeared to destroy his mortal world. He was simply unlucky. Han Ju returned to the cave abode. Just as he sat down, a line of words appeared in front of him. As this is your first time killing a Grand Unity Mystic Immortal, you have the following choices. 1. Upgrade the simulation trial function. 2. Upgrade system concealment function. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a while, he chose to upgrade the simulation trial function. This function was too powerful. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Comic could figure out his and the enemy's strength. You chose to upgrade the simulation trial function. Detected that this mortal world belongs to you. The simulation trial's detection range has increased. With this mortal world as the center, the surrounding void is the simulation trial's detection range. This was good. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. He finally increased the detection range. With his current cultivation level, the area within 100 miles of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was really too small. Han Ju immediately started to test the strongest person near the Scarlet Cloud world. Dong Fatian, Early Stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm, Heavenly Immortal Manor's Elder, There was such an expert in the Heavenly Immortal Manor. No wonder the Heavenly Immortal Manor was still around after experiencing so many tribulations and being besieged. Back when Daoist Jian slaughtered his way into the manor, why didn't this person attack? Han Ju continued reading and discovered that there were many experts hidden in the Scarlet Cloud world. There were several loose immortals alone. Could these people be the so-called land deities? There were more than 100 Mahayana cultivators. It was ridiculous. Han Ju finally realized that he had underestimated the Scarlet Cloud world. Some people hid and couldn't even be detected by the Heavenly Dao token. No wonder the Scarlet Cloud world's ranking kept rising. Han Ju watched for a while and then continued cultivating. 4 years later, Di Tai Bai came to visit. Han Ju told Dao Comprehension Sword to go out and stayed alone with Di Tai Bai. The Heavenly Peach Banquet has ended. The Divine Palace didn't gain any advantage, so it's a perfect conclusion. Di Tai Bai smiled, clearly in a good mood. Han Ju asked curiously, the Sword God Emperor was defeated? By who? A prodigy. Although he's an immortal god of the heavenly court, he holds the inheritance of the Dao sect and rarely appears. You don't have to ask about his identity. You'll meet him sooner or later. Was the heavenly court related to the Dao sect? Han Ju fell into deep thought. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Di Tai Bai continued, recently, a force wants to destroy the mortal worlds under the heavenly court. You have to be careful. Han Ju couldn't help but say, a few years ago, someone called Wanderer Tianyi arrived. After killing Wanderer Tianyi, Han Ju didn't receive any hatred points from the other mighty figures. He couldn't help but suspect that Wanderer Tianyi was an itinerant cultivator. How could lone cultivators provoke the heavenly court? Wanderer Tianyi. Di Tai Bai's expression changed as he frowned. Thinking of something, he said, Wanderer Tianyi is a mystic immortal. You. Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything. Di Tai Bai was shocked. This kid is already strong enough to kill a mystic immortal. This improvement speed is too ridiculous. Di Tai Bai took a deep breath and said, Wanderer Tianyi is a powerful itinerant cultivator from the sacred dynasty. It seems that the humans also have differing views about the heavenly court. Han Ju asked in surprise, there are dynasties in the immortal world? Of course. There are also humans in the immortal world. Furthermore, there are many of them. They're the protagonists of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly court and the divine palace mostly use humans as the foundation when selecting immortals. Will they come again? I will let the immortal gods specially protect the Scarlet Cloud world. You don't have to worry. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief at Di Taibai's promise. As expected of Heavenly Court, they had ample resources. Han Ju was also afraid of trouble. Di Taibai immediately stood up and said with a smile, since you know which faction they're from, it's easy to deal with. Wanderer Tianyi is really stupid. He actually told you his identity. Han Ju smiled. He stood up to send him away. After Di Taibai left, Han Ju walked to the Fusang tree and sized up the earth immortal gourd vine. The seeds of the 7 gourds had already grown into small gourds. The gourd spirits seemed to be about to take form. Han Ju was looking forward to it. He probed the peach core buried in the soil with his divine sense. Nothing happened. It seemed that growing a heavenly peach tree was not that simple. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. This was normal. If it was so easy to do it, the heavenly peach tree would already be seen everywhere. Grandmaster. A voice interrupted Han Ju's thoughts. Zhou Mingyue carefully walked over. He was very nervous. Han Ju glanced at him and replied, yes. Zhou Mingyue mustered his courage and said, Grandmaster, I want to learn spells and mystical powers from you. What must I do to receive your guidance? Chu Shuren was very lazy when it came to cultivation. He had never learned any mystical powers. There were no mystical powers or spells that he could teach him. Han Ju smiled and said, then, I'll teach you a move. Zhou Mingyue was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly knelt down. He was extremely excited. Not far away, Chu Shuren curled his lips. The Black Hell Chicken teased, you're really casual as a master. Be careful not to be like your uncle Master Sun Chang'an. Chu Shuren frowned. My master didn't teach me anything, either. Ever since Yang Tiandong knew that he didn't like to cultivate, he ignored him. He had been wandering outside all year round, causing them to have a distant relationship. The Black Hell Chicken shook its head and laughed. Han Ju taught Zhou Mingyue the Wind God technique and the Major Kiliacosm Thunderstorm. Zhou Mingyue's potential wasn't bad. Han Ju only had to teach him for a few days. 10 years passed in a flash. Han Ju opened his eyes and started to test the strongest person around the Scarlet Cloud world. Ever since he was attacked by Wanderer Tianyi, apart from cursing and reading emails every 10 years, Han Ju would also check the nearby mighty figures to prevent anyone from launching a sneak attack. Flame Lord Emperor, late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Heavenly Court's 3rd grade Heavenly General, Han Ju subconsciously became nervous when he saw the person's cultivation. However, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that this person was from the Heavenly Court. Should I visit him? Han Ju thought silently. However, the other party didn't have a favorable impression of him. This meant that he didn't want to befriend him at all. Forget it. He was doing this for work, not to protect him. Han Ju started the simulation trial. He wondered if it would take a long time to defeat the Flame Lord Emperor. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Read at Wuxia World. EU. 5 minutes later, Han Ju opened his eyes. 5 minutes later, Han Ju opened his eyes. This Flame Lord Emperor was something. At the beginning of the battle, Han Ju was completely suppressed. The burning power of the true sun flame was extremely terrifying. Even though Han Ju won, he still had a lingering fear. Since he could not insta-kill Flame Lord Emperor, he couldn't provoke him. Han Ju thought to himself. After understanding the Flame Lord Emperor's strength, Han Ju was relieved. With the protection of such an expert, he didn't have to worry about anyone invading the Scarlet Cloud world. The Flame Lord Emperor meditated in the air and cultivated quietly. He was like a scorching sun that emitted light in the darkness. Han Ju played the simulation trial for several hours before continuing to cultivate. In the depths of the void. A man was meditating in a ball of raging flames. He wore a red robe and a golden crown on his head. He emitted the domineering aura of an emperor. He suddenly opened his eyes. Just now. The Flame Lord Emperor frowned. He felt that someone had been spying on him, but he couldn't sense their location. No wonder the Heavenly Emperor had sent him to protect this mortal world. It was indeed very troublesome. The Flame Lord Emperor didn't dare to lower his guard. He immediately waved his hand, and a ball of true sun flame flew out. It quickly split into hundreds of small flames and flew in all directions. In a bustling city, the streets were filled with people. Sun Chang'an stood at the corner of the street and looked over. He was dressed in black and wore a straw hat. Murong Chi suddenly appeared behind him and said angrily, "Since you like her, then go see her." Sun Chang'an was frightened by his disciple's voice. He turned around and complained, "Why are you always so elusive? Humph, it's you who don't cultivate properly. My cultivation level is too high, so you can't sense it." Murong Chi was truly helpless against this master. Those who didn't know would think that he was the master. Sun Chang'an sighed. "She's so good-looking, she definitely won't like me." Murong Chi shook his head and said, "You're a great cultivator. She's only a Chi refinement realm cultivator. How can she reject you?" For more, visit Light Novel World. Chiener is not a woman who looks at cultivation level. Then, should she look at your face? It's better to look at cultivation level. You, unfilial disciple. Sun Chang'an trembled in anger. He wanted to slap Murong Chi, but he could not. Murong Chi said, "What are you afraid of? You've been looking for her for hundreds of years. Even if you fail, you have to give it a try. I'll help you." Sun Chang'an took a deep breath when he heard this, then mustered his courage to walk over. Murong Chi stayed where he was, watching the show. Soon, 10 years passed. Han Ju was already 1,400 years old. He habitually took out the Book of Misfortune and started to do his daily missions. Ever since Flame Lord Emperor came, no one had attacked the Scarlet Cloud world. Han Ju was still a distance away from the mid-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm, but he was not far. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your disciple Su Chi spread bad luck and caused Taoist Dan Qing to develop inner demons. The Dragon Immortal Island encountered a sea calamity that was difficult to come by in tens of thousands of years and suffered heavy losses. Your good friend Zhou Fan was saved by a mighty figure and entered the immortal world. Your disciple Yang Tiandong left the mortal world. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun encountered an opportunity and accidentally entered an ancient grotto heaven-blessed land. Your good friend Huang Jihao has comprehended a grand unity sword Tao and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by righteous cultivators, X80393, your grand disciple Fang Liang comprehended the great Tao during his cultivation. His essence soul has left his body and he has obtained the great Tao's favor. Han Ju continued reading. These 10 years could be considered full of fortuitous encounters. He used his interpersonal relationships to check Xian Qingjuan's cultivation level. The perfected grand unity earth immortal realm. Although she couldn't compare to Han Ju, at least she was improving. Han Ju was still very concerned about his first Tao companion. Although Xian Qingjun had the intention to force him, she had always been the one offering things to him. Han Ju looked forward to the scene when they met again. What if Xian Qingjun knew his cultivation level? I can't think about it anymore. He couldn't help but want to come out of seclusion. The heavenly Tao is torturing me again. Han Ju cursed silently. Several months later, Han Ju cursed all his enemies and put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. Tao Comprehension Sword said, "Master, the 9 heavens galaxy water has changed." Han Ju turned around. The 9 heavens galaxy water was in the corner of the cave abode. After hundreds of years, it had become a small pool. The water surface was glowing with silver light. Han Ju saw something, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up and walked over. An image of a city appeared in the nine heavens galaxy water. People came and went, and many cultivators were flying above the city. It was like a water screen scene. Han Ju was shocked and couldn't understand what he was seeing. The nine heavens galaxy water had such a function. He wondered where the city in the water came from. Han Ju was puzzled. Ask if you don't understand. Let's look for my good brother. Han Ju immediately returned to his bed and began to comprehend the Sword Dao. Soon, he arrived at the Sword Dao River and found Zhang Guxing. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Brother, have you heard of the nine heavens galaxy water? Han Ju asked. Zhang Guxing was cultivating when he was interrupted by him. A little puzzled, he said, I know. You encountered the legendary holy water. This kid's potential was terrifying, and his providence was enviable. Han Ju said, when I was training, I encountered a pool of water. It's the nine heavens galaxy water. I saw a city on the water surface. Why is that? This good brother was amazing, he knew everything. The nine heavens galaxy water is the heavenly water. It lets you see the myriad worlds in its reflection. The water surface shows the scene of the Son of Heaven and Earth in a certain world. The so-called Son of Heaven and Earth can be called the protagonist of the heavenly Tao. The human race is the protagonist of the heavenly Tao, so the human race can dominate the myriad worlds. In the mortal worlds, the heavenly Tao will also choose the Son of Heaven and Earth. In the immortal world, many large factions rely on the nine heavens galaxy water to find new members with good potential, Zhang Guxing replied. Han Ju was enlightened. Would Feng Liang be targeted? It was really possible. This fellow had been taught by an immortal god in his dreams. He had even dreamed of entering the ancient era. Perhaps it was done by some mighty figure. Han Ju didn't chat with him anymore and quickly left. Zhang Guxing was depressed. What did this kid take him for? He came and left as he pleased. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju came to the nine heavens galaxy water again. He looked carefully, wanting to see who the Son of Heaven and Earth in this world was. The nine heavens galaxy water seemed to sense Han Ju's thoughts. The scene changed and appeared in a courtyard. Under the willow tree, a woman in white was meditating. Her face was devastatingly beautiful, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. In her cultivation, she formed a beautiful painting with the willow tree behind her. This is the Son of Heaven and Earth? Curious, Han Ju probed with his divine sense. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could spy on this mortal world through the nine heavens galaxy water. Han Ju was afraid of provoking other great cultivators, so his divine sense stopped in this courtyard. This woman's cultivation was already at the Mahayana realm. Detected bearer of Khanate Providence, check its origin. This content is taken from Light Novel World. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He immediately chose to check. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Li Yao, 5th level of the Mahayana realm, Son of Heaven and Earth, descendant of an immortal emperor. Born with an accompanying heavenly phoenix. Brings blessing to the mortal world she is in. Cultivated for 700 years and has reached the Mahayana realm. She is cautious by nature and hates fighting. She likes to cultivate. Li Yao, 5th level of the Mahayana realm, Son of Heaven and Earth, descendant of an immortal emperor. Born with an accompanying heavenly phoenix. Brings blessing to the mortal world she is in. Cultivated for 700 years and has reached the Mahayana realm. She is cautious by nature and hates fighting. She likes to cultivate. Han Ju looked at the message in front of him with a strange expression. This description. It was like a female version of him. Han Ju immediately had a good impression of Li Yao. They were like-minded. Han Ju found Li Yao more and more pleasing to the eye. Li Yao, who was quietly cultivating, was like a fairy. The scene was so harmonious. After watching for a while, Han Ju retracted his divine sense. He didn't disturb her. Who knew which mortal realm Li Yao was in? Master, what's going on? Is there a world hidden in the water? Dao Comprehension Sword asked. Han Ju didn't hide anything and explained Heavenly Water's ability. Dao Comprehension Sword was shocked. This water could actually spy on other worlds. It was truly impressive. Han Ju meditated again and continued cultivating. In a peach forest, a woman in a green dress stood under a tree, waiting shyly and expectantly. She had a beautiful face and looked around from time to time. In the distance, two people stood behind a tree. They were Murong Qi and Sun Chang'an. Murong Qi urged, "Master, what are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for you." Sun Chang'an wore a bamboo hat and a veil covered his face. He was extremely nervous. "Don't worry. You've protected her for 10 years. She already treats you as her sweetheart. Go." Murong Qi pushed him out. Sun Chang'an was almost pushed down by him. This brat didn't know his limits. Sun Chang'an cursed silently before mustering his courage to walk towards the woman in the green dress. In next to no time, the woman in a green dress saw Sun Chang'an walk over. Sun Chang'an wore a bamboo hat and black clothes. His aura was extraordinary, and it conformed to the woman's expectations of mighty cultivators. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. He has been secretly protecting me. The woman in the green dress had a dazed expression as she looked at Sun Chang'an. Seeing her expression, Sun Chang'an was excited. Xian'er was finally going to be his. Sun Chang'an quickened his pace. When he arrived in front of the woman in the green dress, he fell silent again, not knowing what to say. For a moment, the peach blossom forest was silent. The woman in the green dress bit her lips and said, "Why have you always?" Sun Chang'an suppressed his excitement and said, "I've been looking for you for hundreds of years. In my previous life, you grew up with me. You're the love of my life." His confession made the woman's neck and ears turn red. Several hundred years. The woman in the green dress was completely entranced. How many women in the world could withstand such confessions and devotion? The woman in the green dress asked nervously, "Can I see your face?" Sun Chang'an hesitated. The woman in the green dress raised her hand and gently removed his veil. The next second, she shuddered and took a step back. This step was like a basin of cold water that extinguished the flames in Sun Chang'an's heart. Sun Chang'an smiled bitterly and asked, "Am I very ugly?" The woman in the green dress was silent. She wanted to say that it was fine, but he was really too ugly. She had never seen such an ugly person. He wasn't deformed or anything, but ugly in the truest sense. The woman in the green dress hesitated. Sun Chang'an was furious, but he had long thought of such a possibility, so he did not despair. He had already experienced despair and was no longer afraid of it. Sun Chang'an asked in pain, "Then I'll leave?" Since they couldn't meet, he would continue to hide in the dark and protect her for life. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Sigh, "Don't go." The woman in the green dress sighed. Her words improved Sun Chang'an's mood again. Could it be that Xian'er didn't mind his ugliness in this life? In the distance, Murong Qi burst into maniacal laughter. He tried his best to suppress his voice and kept pounding the tree trunk. He was about to die of laughter. 30 years had passed since Han Ju discovered Li Yao. He had finally reached the mid-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm. Although the speed of breaking through was slower than before, it was still acceptable to Han Ju. In the past 30 years, whenever he cursed his enemies, he would also take a look at Li Yao. This woman really knew how to cultivate diligently. She sat under the willow tree for 30 years without moving. It was worth mentioning that no one came to disturb her. Logically speaking, being in a city would always cause one to be disturbed. It wasn't a paradise. Perhaps the mortal world Li Yao lived in was much more powerful than the Scarlet Cloud world. It was precisely because of this that people were used to cultivation. 30 years was not a long time for them. After breaking through, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune to celebrate. As he cursed, he checked the strongest person around the Scarlet Cloud world. Marshal Shenpeng, perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, second grade Heavenly General of the Heavenly Court. Han Ju was puzzled. Why was Marshal Shenpeng here? He didn't extend his divine sense to avoid disturbing the two gods. Several months later, Han Ju checked again. Marshal Shenpeng was still there. Thus, Han Ju began to use the simulation trial to challenge him. An hour later, he opened his eyes with a strange expression. He had actually lost. They were both perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm cultivators. Even Di Tai Bai could not defeat him, but Marshal Shenpeng could. Moreover, Han Ju was suppressed the entire time. Wow! As expected of the Heavenly Court's Marshal, his combat strength was quite impressive. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. Han Ju guessed that Marshal Shenpeng should be on the same level as the Divine Palace's Sword God Emperor. After about 3 years, Marshal Shenpeng left. Han Ju found it strange. What was there to talk about between these two? Couldn't they chat in Heavenly Court? Han Ju stood up and came to the 9 Heavens Galaxy water. He continued to look at Li Yao. Dao Comprehension Sword asked, Master, do you like her? Every 10 years, he would stare at Li Yao. Han Ju replied, a little. Dao Comprehension Sword was even more displeased. After so many years, Li Yao's cultivation level had already reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. Not long later, she would probably be able to ascend. Han Ju hesitated to contact her. As a providence bearer, she would definitely go far in the future. Han Ju could invite her to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain and discuss the Tao of Seclusion together. Cough cough. The Tao of Diligent Cultivation. Han Ju cursed silently. On this day, Li Yao was finally disturbed. It was her father, Li Tianxin. Yao, you're about to reach the loose immortal. You should also get married. What do you think of the young master of the Lu family? His master is a Grand Unity Heaven Immortal. Li Tianxin chuckled and asked. Li Yao frowned and said, Father, I don't want to get married. I only want to cultivate. Don't always think of relying on others. Give me time, I'll lead the Li family to unprecedented prosperity. Li Tianxin shook his head and laughed. Yao, cultivation is not so simple. You need opportunities. If you cultivate diligently all day, you will find it difficult to take a single step after reaching the immortal realm. That's because Father doesn't know my talent. Even if I'm in the immortal world, I can still surpass others with my own potential. Yao, this is a rare opportunity. You can't miss the fact that the young master of the Lu family likes you. Father, I really can't agree. This matter is settled. Start preparing. Why would I harm you? I'm doing this for your own good. With that, Li Tianxin left. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Calmly Yao sat under the tree and frowned. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After Li Tianxin left, Li Yao quickly entered a cultivation state. After Li Tianxin left, Li Yao quickly entered a cultivation state. Han Ju was speechless. This woman was really nonchalant. If it was anyone else, they would definitely cause a commotion now. Han Ju didn't think too much and continued to cultivate on the bed. As for Li Yao's calamity, he had no intention of interfering for the time being. From Li Yao's attitude, it was obvious that she was fearless. 2 years later, Di Tai Bai came to visit. His expression was solemn. It was obvious that something big had happened. Han Ju told Dao Comprehension Sword to leave the cave abode. After Di Tai Bai sat down, he was the first to sigh. Han Ju asked carefully, "What? Did something happen to the heavenly court?" Di Tai Bai said in a low voice, "Something big has happened." Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. Crap. His backing was about to collapse. A heavenly concubine of the heavenly emperor has given birth to another son. He has a strong providence and is a natural-born supreme being. Dao Lord said that he can become the next heavenly emperor and is the hope of the heavenly court's rise. Di Tai Bai suddenly smiled. Han Ju was stunned. That's it? He acted as if the sky had collapsed. Han Ju almost cursed. He said perfunctorily, "Congratulations." Di Tai Bai smiled and said, "Since you asked if anything happened, I had to take the opportunity to scare you." Han Ju was helpless. "You're the leader of the literature immortals, after all. Aren't you afraid of damaging your reputation?" So, Han Ju continued to ask. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. So the heavenly court wants to hold a grand banquet. Are you going? Can I not go? I knew you didn't want to go. His Majesty also guessed it, so he didn't want to invite you at all. Hee. Han Ju's face twitched. He wanted to ask Di Tai Bai, "Do you think you're funny?" Di Tai Bai said seriously, "Back to the topic. His Majesty wants to send His Little Highness to you. Are you willing to accept him?" Han Ju was stunned. "You want to take advantage of my spirit chi?" However, upon thinking that the heavenly emperor treated him well, he had no reason to refuse. The heavenly emperor's intentions were obvious. He wanted to completely rope him in. Han Ju felt that the heavenly emperor had underestimated him. If he really encountered an irresistible danger, he would definitely leave his disciples behind. He would just do his best. There was no need to die on the same day, year, and month as them. Han Ju said, "Is he just staying here temporarily or do you want me to take him in as my disciple?" Di Tai Bai said meaningfully, "Take him in as a disciple." To be honest, he couldn't understand why the heavenly emperor was doing this. He felt that the heavenly emperor thought too highly of Han Ju. Although his talent was comparable to the divine general, he didn't spend so much effort back then. Sure. Han Ju agreed. Di Tai Bai nodded and said, "Recently, the immortals and gods in the heavenly court are trying to rope in people. If anyone looks for you, you have to tell me immediately. This isn't a good thing." Upon hearing this, Han Ju thought of the previous Marshal Shenpeng and Flame Lord Emperor. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Previously, Marshal Shenpeng came to look for the Flame Lord Emperor. The two of them stayed together for many years. Don't say that I'm the one who told you." Di Tai Bai frowned and muttered, "It's Marshal Shenpeng again. I understand. Continue cultivating." Di Tai Bai vanished into thin air. He was even more anxious than before. It seemed that Marshal Shenpeng had not only found the Flame Lord Emperor. Han Ju mocked secretly, "I really think I'm a dog of the heavenly court now." You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Platform. It had to be said. This feeling was fantastic. Currently, the heavenly court didn't treat him like a dog. They supported him greatly, but he had never contributed anything significant. Since he was already tied to the heavenly emperor, Han Ju had to help stabilize the heavenly emperor's position. Even if he didn't, he had to provide information. Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Khanate cave abode. "The son of the heavenly emperor will come. You have to cultivate well. Don't be an embarrassment when the time comes," Han Ju said to the people cultivating. Everyone stood up. Fong Liang said in surprise, "Son of the Heavenly Emperor. We can't compare at all." The battle in the Heavenly Court hundreds of years ago was still fresh in his mind. Long Shan's power left all mortals in the dust. The Black Hell Chicken shouted, "You fool, how can the Heavenly Emperor only have one son?" The others couldn't help but look at Han Ju. That's right. He's the youngest son of the Heavenly Emperor. He's newly born and will become my new disciple. Han Ju smiled teasingly. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Mingyue asked nervously, "Heavenly Emperor? Is that the Lord of the Heavenly Court?" The three-headed Wirm King chuckled. That's right, it's that person. If our master becomes the master of the son of the Heavenly Emperor, it shows how high master's cultivation level is. Tu Ling'er and Dao Comprehension Sword looked at Han Ju in admiration. Han Ju had always been in the cave abode, but he could attract immortals to him. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. Chu Shiren asked curiously, "Grandmaster, is the Heavenly Emperor the strongest person at the peak of cultivation?" Han Ju understood what he was thinking and smiled. That's not the case. Otherwise, the devil race would have long ceased to exist. There would be no need for the Heavenly Emperor to send his precious youngest son here. Chu Shiren was deep in thought. All right, you can continue cultivating. I've informed you in advance. Don't be shocked when the time comes. Han Ju walked to the Fusang tree after saying this. He began to stretch his muscles and observe the divine tree. The Fusang tree was the main pillar of his cultivation. He couldn't afford to lose it. Fortunately, the Fusang tree had always been healthy. With so many disciples and divine pets protecting it, at least no power in the mortal world could destroy it. 7 years later. The son of the Heavenly Emperor had been sent by Di Tai Bai. He was only 7 years old and wore a golden robe. He was very cute as his watery eyes looked around curiously. Di Tai Bai put him down and pointed at Han Ju. From now on, he's your master. You must listen to him and cultivate well. Don't cause trouble. The son of the Heavenly Emperor stared at Han Ju, not nervous at all. After all, he was the son of the Heavenly Emperor. He had seen various immortal gods already, how could he be afraid now? Detected bearer of connate providence, check its origin. Han Ju looked at the line of words that had suddenly appeared in front of him and silently chose to check. Long Hao, 9th level of the loose immortal realm. Son of the Heavenly Emperor. Born as an emperor, the reincarnation of Hao Tian. He was the second-generation Lord of the Heavenly Court, the strongest Heavenly Emperor ever. He died in the immeasurable calamity. In order to take revenge, he killed his way back to the Great Tao. His soul entered the womb of the Heavenly Concubine and became the son of the Heavenly Emperor. When he becomes an immortal emperor, Hao Tian will awaken and possess the body. Hao Tian. The strongest Heavenly Emperor. Han Ju was secretly shocked. There was more than one Heavenly Emperor. Wait. Did the Heavenly Emperor know about this? Han Ju didn't expect the son of the Heavenly Emperor to have such a powerful background. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor had sent him to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain to let him cultivate to the Immortal Emperor realm in peace? But what was with possessing the body? Could it be that Long Hao has two souls? This was not Hao Tian's soul now. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Long Hao knelt in front of Han Ju and began to kowtow. He was very cute. Dao Comprehension Sword and Tu Ling'er's hearts almost melted. Han Ju waved his hand and used his dermic powers to raise him. From now on, you're my 5th disciple. Han Ju smiled and looked at the others. In the future, he will also cultivate under the Fusang tree. All of you must take care of him. Also, don't fight with him. Although he's 7 years old, his cultivation is already beyond the Mahayana realm. Everyone was shocked. Surpassing the Mahayana realm at the age of 7? The two golden crows looked at Long Hao with jealousy. If they had such talent, they wouldn't have been expelled from the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Read at Wuxia World. EU. With the addition of Long Hao, the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain became lively. At first, Chu Shiren was the most interested in Long Hao and chased him all day. With the addition of Long Hao, the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain became lively. At first, Chu Shiren was the most interested in Long Hao and chased him all day. It was only when he came to the Khanate cave abode and complained that Han Ju let the three-headed Wirm king take care of Long Hao and forbade people from approaching him. Chu Shiren actually urged Long Hao not to cultivate. This made him extremely disgusted. Han Ju didn't pay too much attention to Long Hao. He would leave the matter of raising the child to the others. In Han Ju's opinion, Long Hao was only a guest. He couldn't stay by his side forever and wouldn't treat him like an elder in the future. In Long Hao's heart, the most important person was definitely the Heavenly Emperor. Han Ju didn't try to teach Long Hao anything. If he really changed, the Heavenly Emperor would definitely notice. Cultivation was the most important. Long Hao's appearance made Han Ju think of many things. The position of Heavenly Emperor could actually be changed. If Hao Tian awakened, he might covet the Heavenly Emperor position again. What Han Ju wanted to do was to become stronger before the Heavenly Emperor's fall. By then, even if he didn't rely on the Heavenly Court, no one would dare to provoke him. Another 10 years passed. Han Ju woke up from his cultivation. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Ji Xianshan was attacked by a mighty figure of the immortal world and was severely injured. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by demon beasts, X270321. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by a demon race's immortal emperor and was severely injured. Your disciple Sun Chang'an's Tao heart has transformed and awakened a relic. Your divine pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, chanced upon an opportunity and obtained an ancient demon king's golden core. Your good friend Marshal Shenpeng was attacked by heavenly troops, X103872. Your good friend Marshal Shenpeng was attacked by your good friend, the divine general. He was severely injured. Your good friend Zhou Fan obtained a fortuitous encounter. His domination physique has transformed. Visit Light Novel World. Com for a better experience. The heavenly court was in chaos. Ji Xianshan got injured. Han Ju noticed Marshal Shenpeng's miserable situation and couldn't help but blame himself. It was definitely related to him complaining earlier. Although he blamed himself, Han Ju didn't regret it. If Marshal Shenpeng really destroyed the heavenly court, he would lose his backing. Moreover, the heavenly court definitely had its own considerations. They couldn't kill a god just because of a word from him. However, Zhou Fan impressed him. This fellow directly skipped the heavenly tribulation and went to the immortal world to play. Amazing! Without Zhou Fan's company, would Imo Fuzhou be lonely? Han Ju thought. Several months later, he put down the Book of Misfortune and took out the Heavenly Tao token to check the rankings on the Heavenly Tao tablet. Han Ju felt depressed. The ranking rose again. Number 1997. It rose another few hundred places. How ridiculous. Han Ju felt that the Scarlet Cloud world was stirring up trouble. If this continued, it would attract attention sooner or later. Not only Heavenly Court, but there were also other large forces. Previously, a mysterious sacred dynasty had come to destroy the Heavenly Court's mortal world. Han Ju could only pray that the mortal worlds higher in the ranking were powerful and difficult to surpass. Then, Han Ju stood up and came to the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. Li Yao was still cultivating. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Han Ju found it strange. Li Tianxin arranged a marriage for her, but why was she so indifferent? Wait. This fellow had actually broken through to the loose immortal realm. Interesting. No wonder she was so fearless. Han Ju watched for a while before returning to cultivate. Li Yao's appearance was just like entertainment to him. It was like watching a drama. He didn't want to participate and only wanted to watch. She has already broken through to the loose immortal realm. You have to hurry, Han Ju said to Dao Comprehension Sword. Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips and said, the heavenly sword Dao is too difficult to cultivate. It's delaying my cultivation realm. Then increase your cultivation level first and cultivate later. Then, I can definitely break through to the loose immortal realm. I don't want to hear can, but soon. Fine. Dao Comprehension Sword was agitated. She couldn't lose to that woman. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. Dao Comprehension Sword's potential was still very strong. In addition to the spirit chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, her cultivation speed was naturally not slow. However, she had been comprehending the heavenly sword Dao. Numinous Palace. The heavenly emperor sat on the emperor's throne. There were only two immortals in the hall, Di Tai Bai and the divine general. Di Tai Bai asked, Divine General, has Marshal Shen Peng confessed? The divine general replied, no. He doesn't want to talk about the faction behind him, but I'm guessing it's related to the Buddhists. His master should be one of the great Buddhas. He's very likely the Supreme Buddha who has disappeared for a long time. Supreme Buddha. Di Tai Bai's expression changed slightly. The heavenly emperor said slowly, if it's the Supreme Buddha, it might not be related to the Buddhists. I'm thinking that other than the Divine Palace, Buddhist sect, and Demon Court, there might be another behemoth hiding in the dark, such as the three factions of the Tao sect who were desolate during the Divine Investiture calamity. His tone was calm, but it moved Di Tai Bai and the Divine General. This content is taken from Light Novel World. The Divine Investiture calamity was a legendary calamity. It had occurred deep in the long river of history. The Divine General frowned. Didn't the Tao ancestor order the Tao sect to no longer participate in the battle of the heavenly Tao? The heavenly emperor replied, that was in the past. Now that the Tao ancestor has been in seclusion for countless years, if the ancient existences of the Tao sect want to break through to become stronger, they have to fight for the providence of the heavenly Tao. The Tao Lord's arrival was a sign. Di Tai Bai frowned and asked, then, what should we do about the heavenly court? There are too many immortal gods of the Tao sect mixed into the heavenly court. During the ancient divine investiture battle, the Tao ancestor forced the cultivators of the three factions of the Tao sect to become gods of the heavenly court. If the Tao sect makes a comeback, they will definitely defect. What's there to be afraid of? The heavenly court has the 4 extreme emperors, 3 divine generals, and 36 immortal monarchs, and prodigies like Han Ju are still growing. I have long prepared for such concerns, the heavenly emperor said domineeringly, not afraid of the 3 factions of the Tao sect at all. The divine general asked, how's Han Ju's cultivation? Di Tai Bai stroked his beard and smiled. He killed a mystic immortal not long ago. That's not bad. This child's personality is the opposite of yours. He's suitable to guard the heavenly court in the future. Yes, I also think highly of him. Although he likes to cultivate diligently, he's definitely not afraid of trouble when it comes. The divine general smiled and looked forward to Han Ju's future. The heavenly emperor said, continue the investigation. All the immortals and gods colluding with Marshal Shen Peng have to be investigated clearly. If they resist, kill them directly. It's time for the parasites to be purged. In addition, investigate some of Jade Emperor Hao Tian's old accomplices. If there are still ancient gods who believe in him, record them down. I'll remove their divine positions. Di Tai Bai hurriedly replied, yes. The divine general added, don't worry, your majesty. As long as I'm here, I will ensure that your majesty's position will last forever. His expression was solemn and his eyes were determined. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 20 years passed. Han Ju had yet to break through, but his dermic powers were constantly increasing. The time needed to defeat Di Tai Bai was also decreasing. On this day, Han Ju was cursing the enemy when he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure envelop the Scarlet Cloud world. This pressure was only directed at the immortals, so mortals couldn't sense it. Han Ju hurriedly checked the strongest person around the Scarlet Cloud world. Dragon subduing Buddha, late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Divine Buddha of the Buddhist sect. Han Ju frowned. Divine Buddha of the Buddhist sect. He immediately thought of Sun Chang'an. Was he here to find him? The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Han Ju searched for the other party's location and found that the dragon subduing Buddha was in the void, stopped by the Flame Lord Emperor. The two of them were both at the late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm and were at odds. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Above Scarlet Cloud World, in the void. Above Scarlet Cloud World, in the void. Flame Lord Emperor was expressionless as he stared at an imposing monk emitting a Buddhist light. This dignified monk was the dragon subduing Buddha. He was wrapped in a golden dragon and had strong muscles. He was very domineering. Amitabha. Fellow Taoist, are you really not letting me pass? The dragon subduing Buddha said coldly, his tone filled with threat. Flame Lord Emperor smiled disdainfully. This is our heavenly court's mortal world. How can you enter as you wish? Even if we fight today, the gods of the heavenly court will definitely arrive soon. The heavenly court has yet to settle scores with the Buddhist sect after the calamity hundreds of years ago. You came knocking on our door. Make your move. Let me experience the power of the divine Buddha. Facing the fearless Flame Lord Emperor, dragon subduing Buddha frowned. He didn't expect him to be so rash. In the current immortal world, who did not give the Buddhist sect face? The eyes of the dragon subduing Buddha turned cold. He snorted. Flame Lord Emperor, this karma is not resolved. The Flame Lord Emperor smiled disdainfully. On the other hand, Han Ju was in the simulation trial. After a long time, he opened his eyes and sighed. The Divine Buddha is quite impressive. The late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm Dragon subduing Buddha was actually stronger than the perfected Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm Di Tai Bai. In the end, Han Ju barely managed to kill the dragon subduing Buddha, but only his soul remained. The outcome was tragic. I can't provoke the dragon subduing Buddha easily. Han Ju thought silently. He checked the location of the dragon subduing Buddha again and discovered that he had already left. Han Ju took out the heavenly Tao token and searched for Sun Chang'an. He found him in no time. Han Ju's expression became strange. Sun Chang'an was sitting by the sea, facing it. His body emitted a Buddhist glow and his temperament had changed. Although he was still ugly, under the sacred aura, he was no longer so disgusting. Sun Chang'an's cultivation level had actually soared to the tribulation transcendence realm. What happened? Han Ju immediately used his divine sense to probe Sun Chang'an. He wasn't possessed, but there was a golden pearl hidden in his body. Could it be a Buddhist relic? At this moment. Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover new novels. Murong Chi flew over from afar. He landed in front of Sun Chang'an and said, Master, her corpse has been buried. Sun Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Murong Chi consoled, Master, this calamity is already over. You don't have to think about her anymore. You didn't owe her anything, it was her who wanted too much. Sun Chang'an said faintly, why can't reincarnation change human nature? Murong Chi didn't answer. If reincarnation could transform a person's personality, would it still be the same person? Master, what do you plan to do next? Murong-chi asked. Sun Chang'an said, let's go home. Murong-chi smiled. He had always wanted to go home. Where was home? Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Han Ju heard their conversation and couldn't help but become even more curious. Sun Chang'an's love tribulation had been broken. Forget it. He would ask when this guy returned. Han Ju put down the heavenly Tao token and sighed. My disciples and grand-disciples are all old enough. They all have their own lives. Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Han Ju smiled and asked, nothing. When you attain the Tao, will you leave the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain? Tao Comprehension Sword said in surprise, leave the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Where will I go? I was born here. I won't go anywhere unless you leave, Master. Ever since she awakened, Tao Comprehension Sword had never thought of leaving. Her world was very simple, cultivation. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. This question was too early for Tao Comprehension Sword. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and continued cursing the enemy. The source of this content is Light Novel World. A year later. Sun Chang'an and Murong-chi returned. Long Hao, who had already grown up, and Zhou Mingyue were very curious about them. They sat under a tree and chatted happily. Sun Chang'an had changed too much. The Buddhist light on his body kept spreading out like he was an immortal. The black hell chicken snorted. Chinner died again. Sun Chang'an glanced at it and didn't speak. Murong-chi sized up Long Hao and asked curiously, what realm are you at? They already knew each other. Murong-chi was very curious about this little uncle master. For some reason, as soon as he saw Long Hao, he felt his blood boil, as if he had encountered a lifelong enemy. Long Hao said proudly, I'm already a loose immortal. Murong-chi was silent. A loose immortal in his 40s. Fang Liang consoled, Senior, don't compare yourself with him. We can't compare. Long Hao smiled proudly. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to look for me. I'm your uncle master. Everyone continued chatting and listened to Murong-chi talk about his experiences over the years. The two golden crows also listened intently. After chatting for several hours, the sky turned dark. Tu Ling asked curiously, what do you think our lineage should be called? We're not disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Among everyone, only Murong-chi and Fang Liang took up the positions in the sect. The others only followed Han Ju. Indeed. We have already grown stronger and can be completely independent. Fang Liang nodded. Not to mention Han Ju, just Fang Liang and Murong-chi were enough to look down on the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The Black Hell Chicken chuckled. How about Chicken Sect? Everyone turned around and glared at it. Ada flapped his golden crow wings to the ground. Master, what do you think? Fang Liang asked. Sun Chang'an didn't speak the entire time. He felt extremely uncomfortable because Chu Shiren had been staring at him, causing him to shiver. He said, we can only listen to Master. At this moment, the cave abode door opened and Han Ju and Tao Comprehension Sword walked out. Long Hao immediately came over and said excitedly, Master, you're finally out. When are you going to teach me your mystical power? Han Ju sized him up and sighed. In the blink of an eye, you're already so big. I'll teach you my mystical power tomorrow. Long Hao was handsome and looked like the son of the heavenly emperor. They looked very similar. Long Hao had the best relationship with the three-headed Wirm king on the mountain. The others were busy cultivating, and only the Black Hell Chicken and the three-headed Wirm king had the time to play with him. The three-headed Wirm king had already reached the peak of the Mahayana realm and could transcend the tribulation at any time. Han Ju came in front of Sun Chang'an and asked, how have you been? The moment he saw Han Ju, Sun Chang'an's suppressed emotions finally erupted. His eyes instantly turned red. He lowered his head and choked. Master. I feel bitter. In front of Murongqi, he had to maintain his role as the master. Only when facing Han Ju could he let go of the burden in his heart. Sun Chang'an began to wail, no longer as imposing as before. Han Ju felt a little sad seeing this. This was still his disciple, after all. In the cultivation world, master and disciple were like father and son. Han Ju helped Sun Chang'an to the edge of the cliff and sat down. Murongqi hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Everyone, cultivate separately. Stop looking." Everyone nodded, but during the cultivation process, they listened intently. Long Hao was the most curious. Why was this senior brother crying so sadly? He sat beside the three-headed Wirm king and asked with a voice transmission. The three-headed Wirm king replied in a meaningful tone, "He has encountered the most difficult trial in the world. Love." Long Hao was even more puzzled. Love? Why? At the edge of the cliff, Sun Chang'an began to complain to Han Ju, who listened patiently. Detected that the ancient spiritual ginseng is awakening. You have the following choices. This content is taken from Light Novel World. 1. Stop Sun Chang'an from awakening and let him continue to fall into the love tribulation. You can obtain a supreme treasure. 2. Help Sun Chang'an awaken and escape the love tribulation. It will attract the Buddhist sect's attention. You can obtain a supreme treasure. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Looking at the choices in front of him, Han Ju didn't make a decision immediately but continued to listen to Sun Chang'an's complaints. Looking at the choices in front of him, Han Ju didn't make a decision immediately but continued to listen to Sun Chang'an's complaints. The story was that simple. Under Sun Chang'an's protection, the reincarnated Qianer successfully joined a sect but fell in love with another man. After Sun Chang'an learned of this, he was in extreme pain. But for the sake of true love, he could only give her his blessing and continue to protect her. Later, Qianer's husband discovered this and wanted to make use of him, so he asked Qianer to ask him for all sorts of things. Sun Chang'an didn't notice it at first. It was Murongqi who discovered this. Sun Chang'an was not angry but heartbroken. Murongqi couldn't take it anymore and taught Qianer's husband a lesson. Who knew that he would die the moment he touched that fellow? Murongqi was stunned on the spot. He swore that he really didn't use much strength. After that, Qianer hated Murongqi and Sun Chang'an to the core. She married a fiendish cultivator and wanted to seek revenge. But in the current world, which fiendish cultivator was Murongqi's match? Murongqi would kill any fiendish cultivator who came. Qianer kept remarrying, and her hatred for Sun Chang'an continued to deepen. It was only later that she was plotted against by the fiendish cultivators and got her life force stolen. She aged overnight and lost all her cultivation. After Han Ju heard that, he was secretly shocked. This was too ridiculous. On second thought, Han Ju felt that something was wrong. Did Qianer lose her brain? She would rather marry various fiendish cultivators and become immoral than follow Sun Chang'an. Also, Murongqi had merely touched Qianer's husband and he had died. Could it be that there was a Buddha secretly manipulating it? Master. I really don't want to love anymore. I don't want to miss Qianer anymore. I really don't want. But why do I feel like there's a mental demon in my heart? Why do I always see her smile and frown? I'm already at the tribulation transcendence realm. How can I be more stubborn than mortals? Sun Chang'an said in despair. His pupils had already turned golden. He had already begun to suspect that he didn't really like Qianer. It was just a curse and a calamity. Han Ju hesitated. Seeing Sun Chang'an in so much pain, he couldn't choose the first option. Choosing to stop Sun Chang'an could save him some trouble, but he would continue to suffer endlessly. What am I afraid of? The dragon subduing Buddha can't defeat me. Even if the Buddhists have stronger gods and Buddhas, I still have the heavenly court behind me. They're enemies, to begin with. Han Ju's eyes flickered as he made a decision. He slowly raised his right hand and placed his index finger on Sun Chang'an's forehead. Sun Chang'an was stunned, not understanding what Han Ju wanted to do. Han Ju said calmly, "It's really not your fault. You were actually struck by a love tribulation." Love tribulation? Sun Chang'an was shocked. Before he could think further, Han Ju's domineering dharmic powers rushed into his body. His divine sense directly probed into the depths of Sun Chang'an's soul. In the depths of his soul, the relic was trembling violently. It emitted a mysterious power that constantly attacked his soul. The relic was resisting the love tribulation. Han Ju used his divine sense to help. After a long while, Han Ju retracted his hand. Sun Chang'an closed his eyes and began to meditate. The memories of his previous life began to awaken. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. You chose to help Sun Chang'an escape the love tribulation. You obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Emperor Dao's supreme treasure, Diamond 5 Elements Bracelet, Diamond 5 Elements Bracelet, Defensive Emperor Dao's supreme treasure. It can withstand a blow from an immortal emperor and absorb 5 elements immortal qi. Defensive Emperor Dao's supreme treasure. It could withstand a blow from an immortal emperor. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. What a treasure! He had made a killing. Han Ju stood up and walked to Long Hao. What mystical power do you want to learn? Long Hao said excitedly, of course, the strongest mystical power. Han Ju couldn't help but smile. In that case, I'll teach you the heartless flying sword. Cough cough. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju could only think about it and didn't dare to really do it. He decided to impart the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger to him. Several days later, Han Ju's teaching was over, and Sun Chang'an woke up. His entire body transformed, and his face started to peel off. His ugly face actually became extremely handsome, second only to Han Ju. This shocked everyone. What's happening? Master is possessed. Senior brother, are you alright? The ugly monk has become handsome. Master, what happened to him? Everyone surrounded Sun Chang'an. Han Ju didn't answer but turned around and returned to his cave abode. Sun Chang'an opened his eyes. His pupils had turned golden, and his skin was fair. He was handsome and looked like a beautiful monk. Murong Qi was the most shocked. The only one who frowned was Chu Shiren. Seeing Sun Chang'an's transformation, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Sun Chang'an stood up and knelt down to Han Ju. This was a sincere action. Even if he regained his memories of his previous life, he was willing to acknowledge this master. From now on, I have nothing to do with the Buddhist sect. I will only follow you, my master. Sun Chang'an thought firmly. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Sun Chang'an's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars, Han Ju was relieved. This was a good disciple who knew how to repay kindness. Han Ju didn't believe in promises. He only believed in favorability. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. After returning to the cave abode, Han Ju took out the Diamond 5 Elements bracelet and started to make it recognize him as its owner. Dragon subduing Buddha has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars, Heavenly Rage Buddha has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4, 5 stars, finally. Han Ju immediately checked the information of the Heavenly Rage Buddha. Heavenly Rage Buddha, cultivation unknown. Divine Buddha of the Buddhist sect. The previous owner of the ancient spiritual ginseng. He deduced that you helped the ancient spiritual ginseng resolve the love tribulation and developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4, 5 stars, unknown cultivation level. That was an immortal emperor. No wonder the love tribulation was so difficult to resolve. Han Ju thought silently. After the Diamond 5 Elements bracelet successfully recognized him as its owner, he immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the Heavenly Rage Buddha. From then on, the curse list had 2 more names. After cursing all the enemies, Han Ju took out the Heavenly Tao token and contacted Di Taibai, pretending to ask who the Heavenly Rage Buddha was. One of the divine Buddhas of the Buddhist sect, he's an immortal emperor. How do you know him? Di Taibai asked in surprise. Han Ju replied, I was threatened by him in my dreams. He said that he wanted to kill me. Since they were enemies, it didn't matter how he fabricated it. Di Taibai said in a low voice, I will report this to the Heavenly Emperor. You don't have to worry. After severing the connection with the Heavenly Tao token, Han Ju continued cultivating. The most important thing now was to break through to the late-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm. In a golden hall stood a huge cauldron. A figure floated above it. The figure had disheveled hair and a naked body. It was muscular and looked like a human-shaped ferocious beast. It was Zhou Fan. An old Taoist stood in front of the cauldron. He stroked his beard and smiled. Not bad, not bad. To be able to endure such pain, in a sense, you can be considered a genius. Zhou Fan's face distorted as he gritted his teeth. How much longer? It's still early. Hold on. As long as you can endure it, you will reach the immortal realm. How is the immortal realm compared to the heavenly troops? Of course, you will surpass the heavenly soldiers. As for the heavenly generals, they are different. It's impossible to say. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Zhou Fan was pleasantly surprised. Ever since Han Ju had fought against the heavenly troops, he had always targeted them. He could finally catch up to Han Ju. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Mortals have limited vision. They only know about the heavenly troops, but the immortal world doesn't just have the heavenly court. Mortals have limited vision. They only know about the heavenly troops, but the immortal world doesn't just have the heavenly court. The old Taoist shook his head and smiled. His tone was filled with disdain. Zhou Fan jolted when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and asked, Who are you? The old Taoist smiled and said, I'm only an elder of a sect. Your sect is stronger than the heavenly court. We're a sect under the heavenly court. Zhou Fan almost cursed. Then what are you bragging about? The old Taoist snorted. Focus on cultivation and don't think too much. Zhou Fan could only suppress his anger and stop thinking about it. Ever since Sun Chang'an's love tribulation was removed, he began to focus on cultivation. His talent had been completely stimulated. To be able to make the Buddhist sect so concerned, the ancient spiritual ginseng was naturally not simple. Its cultivation speed increased exponentially. It could be said to be traveling at a tremendous pace. Of course, the most talented person under Han Ju was still Long Hao. Next were Chu Shiren and Murong Qi. Chu Shiren was still very resistant to cultivation and was often distracted. Murong Qi's talent was getting stronger. It seemed that the Divine Palace War God was about to awaken. After Han Ju imparted the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger to Long Hao, he quickly grasped it. Such potential was simply ridiculous. Han Ju entered cultivation again. As time passed, Xing Hongxian, Chang Yuer, and Fairy Shi Xian occasionally went out to train. Their cultivation levels also increased. With the heavenly puppet, the mortal world was like a garden to them. they wouldn't encounter any danger. It was even harder to break through to the late-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm than Han Ju imagined. After 40 years, he finally broke through. Late-stage reincarnation mystic immortal realm. Han Ju's dermic powers soared. The latest episodes are on the light novel world.com website. He only needed 5 minutes to defeat Di Tai by now. As for Marshal Shenpeng, Han Ju wouldn't win with just his soul left. Against the dragon subduing Buddha, his killing time was also greatly reduced. Although Han Ju cultivated diligently, his combat strength was also increasing. The three of them became Han Ju's sparring partners. Fighting with the three of them would increase his experience in dealing with the immortal gods and Buddhas. Unlike cultivators in the mortal world, immortals had many Dharma treasures. In the mortal world, Dharma spells and mystical powers were more useful than Dharma artifacts. However, in the immortal world, Dharma treasures were sometimes stronger than mystical powers. For example, dragon subduing Buddha. His Buddhist staff was very terrifying. Han Ju felt that it was not difficult for it to turn the Scarlet Cloud world into ashes. After the simulation trial, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies. As usual, he began checking his emails at the same time. Your disciple Su Chi spread bad luck. The Dragon Immortal Island encountered a sea calamity that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Your good friend Ji Xianxian has comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your enemy Heavenly Rage Buddha was attacked by your good friend, the Divine General. He was severely injured. Your enemy Dragon Subduing Buddha was attacked by your good friend, the Divine General. He was severely injured. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a Divine Buddha, X18, your good friend Divine General was severely injured. His life is hanging by a thread. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Huang Jihao has ascended. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, has left the mortal world. Your disciple Tu Linger has awakened a grand magus mystical power. Han Ju's favorability towards the Divine General increased rapidly. As expected of the number one fighter of the heavenly court. He even dared to attack the Heavenly Rage Buddha and the Dragon Subduing Buddha. It seemed that the Divine General was also an extremely powerful existence among immortal emperors. The Heavenly Emperor was really going all out to offend the Buddhist sect for his sake. Han Ju thought about it and guessed that the Heavenly Emperor was also holding his breath and wanted to vent. He truly loved such a powerful heavenly court. Wasn't joining a major faction to pursue protection. This content is taken from Light Novel World. Han Ju was in a good mood. As for what had happened to the others in the emails, he didn't care much, including the chaotic heavenly dog's departure. It was very difficult for this divine beast of providence to die. Even if it encountered a mighty figure, it would at most be captured. Several months later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and came to the Nine Heavens Galaxy Water. He discovered that Li Yao had already left the city and was hiding in a forest to cultivate. She was isolated from the world. In the mountains and rivers, she wore white. A cool breeze blew past, making her look as beautiful as a painting. She had also been breaking through. Not bad. At this rate, she would become an Earth Immortal in 50 years. Han Ju became interested. Was this a mortal world or part of the immortal world? He sent his divine sense into the Nine Heavens Galaxy Water and probed in all directions. Most of the living beings were below the Mahayana realm, and there was no lack of Qi refinement realm cultivators. She should be in the mortal world. No matter how weak the immortal world was, it was impossible for there to be Qi refinement realm existences. Not long after, Han Ju caught sight of a Grand Unity Earth Immortal. This mortal world was very powerful. The heavenly Tao could actually allow a Grand Unity Earth Immortal to exist. However, this Grand Unity Earth Immortal had an extremely high status. He was a Grand Elder of a large sect. This large sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples. The overall cultivation level of the disciples was countless times stronger than the Jade Pure sacred sect. Han Ju looked at it for a while before retracting his divine sense. He stared at Li Yao and fell into deep thought. Dao Comprehension Sword's voice floated over, "Master, why are you looking at her again? What do you think of her? Do you want to bring her here?" She sounded jealous. Han Ju replied, "She's not simple. I just want to see how high her achievements will be." There was a strange power in Li Yao's body. It was not simple. Although this force was not enough to threaten Han Ju, it could let Li Yao cross realms to kill the enemy. Dao Comprehension Sword snorted, feeling that he was lying. 5 minutes later, Han Ju returned to the bed and took out the Heavenly Dao token to check. Recently, Scarlet Cloud World's ranking didn't increase. It remained around 1,800, making Han Ju heave a sigh of relief. For more, visit Light Novel World. Calm Han Ju was surprised to find that there were more mortal worlds under the Heavenly Court now. The lowest ranking was 10,078. Were these mortal worlds created by the immortal gods, or were they plundered? Han Ju didn't understand. "Han Ju, come out." A voice entered his ears. It was Di Tai Bai. The voice came from the void above the Scarlet Cloud World. Why didn't Di Tai Bai come to find him? Puzzled, Han Ju hurriedly used the simulation trial and discovered that Flame Lord Emperor was gone. What happened? After confirming that he was the real Di Tai Bai, Han Ju went to see him. The two met in the void. Di Tai Bai's expression was very ugly and dark. Han Ju asked, "Where's the Flame Lord Emperor?" Di Tai Bai replied, "He betrayed the Heavenly Court." It might be related to Marshal Shenpeng. Betrayed? Han Ju frowned. If the Flame Lord Emperor was a spy, why did he work so hard and still dare to resist the dragon subduing Buddha? Marshal Shenpeng became an immortal emperor in the heavenly prison not long ago. While the divine general was not around, he wanted to wreak havoc in the heavenly court. Many immortals and gods helped him. Han Ju asked nervously, "Where's His Majesty?" Why was it that after only a few hundred years, someone stirred up trouble in the heavenly court again? Was the heavenly court an EXP dungeon? Di Tai Bai smiled and said, "His Majesty naturally took action. He suppressed Marshal Shenpeng with a single hand and imprisoned his body in the heavenly hall. His soul was sent down to the mortal world. Suppressing an immortal emperor with one hand? The heavenly emperor was a little powerful." Han Ju hurriedly said, "Don't let him be reincarnated into the Scarlet Cloud World. He wanted to stay away from potential enemies." "Of course." Di Tai Bai rolled his eyes at him. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. Di Tai Bai asked, "Do you remember Ji Xianchen?" When Han Ju heard that, his anxiety rose again. He asked, "What's wrong with him? If he committed a crime, it has nothing to do with me. I definitely didn't order him to do it." Read at Wuxia World. EU. I didn't say that I doubted you. Why are you feeling guilty? I didn't say that I doubted you. Why are you feeling guilty? Di Tai Bai retorted angrily. After getting closer to Han Ju, he no longer put on airs. Han Ju asked, "What's wrong with him?" Di Tai Bai said, "This child often fights with the heavenly soldiers and generals. Occasionally, he injures people too severely and offends many immortals and gods. Someone reported that he was once very close to Marshal Shenpeng." Han Ju said in surprise, "He has only ascended for a few years. There's no need for him to betray us, right? As for fighting, he looked for me in the past but didn't dare to anymore. Ji Xianchen was really courting death. His Majesty only promoted him to a heavenly general because of you. Now that the heavenly court is in turmoil, His Majesty intends to eliminate the lingering forces of the former heavenly emperor, Hao Tian. Now that all the gods of the heavenly court are taking sides, Ji Xianxian might be used to distract others, Di Tai Bai said solemnly. Cleaning up Hao Tian's old forces. Wait. Wasn't Hao Tian reincarnated as Long Hao? The heavenly emperor doesn't know about this? Han Ju frowned and hesitated to mention it. If this was revealed, would it offend Hao Tian? The fact that the heavenly emperor was so wary of Hao Tian meant that he was stronger than him. He was only temporarily weakened. The more Han Ju thought about it, the more conflicted he was. Di Tai Bai asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you? Could it be that you're also?" Han Ju snorted. "Yes, I'm a spy who hides in the mortal world and cultivates. I don't bother getting close to the people in the heavenly court either." Di Tai Bai shook his head and laughed. He was naturally joking. However, he didn't expect Han Ju to realize how abnormal he was. Han Ju continued to ask, "Can the heavenly emperor stabilize the situation? There's been a lot of unrest recently. If this time, several hundred years ago, he had just undergone the demon saint tribulation. Now, he had also undergone the tribulation of Marshal Shenpeng. If he were to clean up Hao Tian's old accomplices, wouldn't he immediately collapse? Being quick was not always a bad thing." Di Tai Bai smiled and said, "Don't worry, the heavenly court is still in His Majesty's control. Hao Tian's old friends are still in the minority. His Majesty has more than just the divine generals under him." His tone was full of confidence. Visit to Light Novel World. Com discover new novels. In that case, Han Ju had nothing to say. After the Flame Lord Emperor left, will a new guardian come? Han Ju asked. Without the Flame Lord Emperor around, he felt insecure, even though that guy was not as strong as him anyway. Di Tai Bai said, "I'm here to talk about this. How's your strength? If it's not bad, you'll have to rely on yourself during this period of time. I'll cast a barrier around you. If an enemy comes, it'll inform me immediately. I'll come as quickly as possible to provide assistance. The heavenly court will be very busy during this period of time." As the leader of the literature immortals, Di Tai Bai had many things to do. He could even be said to be the busiest immortal of the heavenly court. Hearing this, Han Ju felt a little pity, but he could only accept it. "It's fine. I can do it," Han Ju replied. As long as no immortal emperor came, he could withstand it. Di Tai Bai nodded and quickly left. Han Ju turned around and looked at the Scarlet Cloud world. It was surrounded by countless stars and looked so tiny. "I hope the Buddhists won't find trouble with me during this period of time." Han Ju thought silently. The heavenly river was located above the 9 heavens. It surrounded the heavenly court's halls and pierced through the 4 heavenly gates. Ji Xianxian sat by the river and cultivated. A hint of killing intent lingered between his brows. His expression kept changing. Sometimes it was ecstasy, sometimes pain, sometimes anger, sometimes sorrow. At this moment, a voice kept bewitching him. "You have an invincible heart. You're the only immortal god in the world. Why are you serving these fake immortal gods? Why can't you become a heavenly emperor yourself? Why can't you become the strongest in the immortal world?" Ji Xianxian suddenly opened his eyes and raised his arms. Terrifying dermic powers shook the heavenly river in front of him, causing water to splatter everywhere. He breathed heavily, his face ashen. "Damn it! Did I encounter a mental demon? Is this mystical power a trap?" For more, visit Light Novel World. Com. Ji Xianxian gritted his teeth as he thought. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered a mental demon, so he was a little flustered. He didn't know who to ask for help in the huge heavenly court. If the words of his mental demon spread, how could the heavenly emperor tolerate him? For some reason, Ji Xianxian suddenly thought of Han Ju. "No. I have to descend into the mortal world." After the Flame Lord Emperor disappeared, Han Ju didn't dare to focus too much during his cultivation. To prevent any accidents, he created a heavenly puppet and sent it to guard the void. 2 years later, Sun Chang'an came to visit him, wanting to learn a mystical power. Han Ju didn't refuse. He went out to teach the mystical power. The others wanted to learn it too, so they watched from the side. Sun Chang'an's cultivation level increased very quickly. He was about to break through to the Mahayana realm. Before breaking through the love tribulation, he had already relied on the relic to break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. After Han Ju finished teaching him the mystical power, Fang Liang suddenly said, "Grandmaster, I want to ascend. Can I?" Han Ju looked at him deeply and said, "If you want to, then go." The others didn't follow suit. They felt that it was good to cultivate on the immortal mountain. So fast. Be careful not to get beaten up. Murongchi frowned. He had the best relationship with him. They were like brothers, so he naturally didn't want to see Fang Liang in trouble. Fang Liang said, "I thought for a long time before deciding to head to the upper world." Murongchi asked, "Then, do you want me to accompany you?" "You can't." Han Ju suddenly interrupted. The two of them couldn't help but look at him with puzzled expressions. Han Ju said, "You can't leave the mortal world unless you surpass me." "Surpass Grandmaster?" Murongchi was shocked, and the others had strange expressions. Although they were amazed by each other's talent, it was not worth mentioning compared to Han Ju. Follow new episodes on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju was the most talented among them. "Grandmaster, why?" Murongchi asked. Han Ju waved his hand and said, "For your own good." With that, he stood up and left. It wasn't to return to the cave abode, but to the void outside the Scarlet Cloud world. Murongchi fell into deep thought. He didn't dislike Han Ju's overbearingness. He felt that he must have his reasons for saying that. Recently, he had been seeing some images during his cultivation. Could it be related to his previous life? Everyone had their own past lives. Qianer had one, Sun Chang'an had one, and so did he. Grandmaster must know something. In the void, Ji Xianxian carefully advanced. This was the first time he had left the immortal world. The void was vast and boundless, making it difficult for him to determine his direction. Han Ju suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring him so much that he stepped back. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was him. "Why are you here?" Ji Xianxian asked nervously. Han Ju raised his hand expressionlessly. 6-path soul absorption technique. The terrifying wind pressure sucked at Ji Xianxian, but an invisible force pressed down on him, preventing him from flying towards Han Ju. The feeling of being squeezed was extremely uncomfortable. Ji Xianxian was about to curse when a black shadow was sucked out of his body and quickly landed in Han Ju's hand. Han Ju stopped and frowned. Ji Xianxian was shocked. Could this be his mental demon? A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Marshal Shenpeng has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars, read at Wuxia World. EU. Marshal Shenpeng. Marshal Shenpeng. Han Ju frowned. Could it be that Ji Xianxian was really related to Marshal Shenpeng? The black shadow in his palm condensed into a face that could not be seen clearly. A cold voice sounded, "Kid. Don't interfere in the Buddhist sect's matters." The Buddhist sect. Marshal Shenpeng was a spy of the Buddhist sect. Han Ju asked, "Who are you? Why are you hiding in my good friend's body?" "Humph, I'm the Buddhist sect's Bodhisattva Wufa. He obtained my inheritance. I want to nurture him." Bodhisattva Wufa. Han Ju immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Marshal Shenpeng, his cultivation is unknown. As a disciple of the Tao sect's Jia school, his identity has been exposed. His physical body has been suppressed and his main soul has been forced to reincarnate. However, he has a backup plan. He wants to use his soul fragment to nurture a successor before saving himself. He also wants to sow discord between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Because you obstructed him, he has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 2 stars, disciple of the Tao sect's Jie school. A spy disguised as a spy. Han Ju was speechless. However, the Jie school aroused Han Ju's vigilance. Didn't the Tao sect decline? Could it be that the divine investiture calamity in the myths really existed? Did the author receive a revelation in his dreams that allowed him to write the story? Was it an actual part of history? Han Ju thought further. Let me give you a piece of advice. Mind your own business. Marshal Shenpeng's voice sounded again. He deliberately disguised himself as another voice, afraid that Han Ju would notice. If the Heavenly Emperor knew that he still had a backup plan, he would really be finished. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "Go find the others." He let go, and the black aura immediately fled. Marshal Shenpeng has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star, Han Ju's face twitched. What a fickle man. Ji Xianchen asked nervously, what does the Buddhist sect want? Why are they targeting me? Han Ju stared at him and said seriously, maybe it's because you're weak. If it were me, it's impossible for him to succeed. Ji Xianchen. Why are you back? This content is taken from Light Novel World. I thought I had a mental demon, so I came to find you. Now that it's settled, why don't we fight? You'll die. Are you serious? Forget it, then. Ji Xianchen was frightened and decided not to take the risk. He really missed Han Ju after not seeing him for hundreds of years. He asked curiously, Chow Chow, what realm are you at now? Han Ju said, almost the same as the heavenly general. Ji Xianchen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was also a heavenly general. Perhaps the difference in strength was great, but their cultivation realms shouldn't be too far apart. The heavenly court is taking sides recently. Be careful, Han Ju reminded. Ji Xianchen was from the same mortal world as him. He didn't want him to die. Of course, if Ji Xianchen insisted on courting death, there was nothing he could do. Ji Xianchen nodded. The two of them chatted for a while before Ji Xianchen returned. Once the mental demon was resolved, he had nothing to worry about. He only wanted to go back and cultivate. Han Ju also returned. 4 years later. Han Ju took out the heavenly Tao token and told Di Taibai about Marshal Shenpeng pretending to be Bodhisattva Wufa. He also asked him not to spread the news. After a few years, Marshal Shenpeng should not suspect him. How do you know about this? Di Taibai asked suspiciously. Han Ju said, as long as you get the information, why do you have to ask this? Just investigate if it's true. He couldn't be bothered to fabricate a lie in case he had to make more in the future. Di Taibai fell silent and then cut off the connection. Han Ju continued to cultivate. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Although the cultivation world was in turmoil and fighting was endless, from the overall perspective of the Scarlet Cloud world, it was considered calm and there were no calamities. During Han Ju's cultivation, Fang Liang ascended. Han Ju recommended Fang Liang to Di Taibai and asked the heavenly court to take care of him. Di Taibai agreed with a smile. He could also tell that Fang Liang was the son of heaven and earth of the Scarlet Cloud world. Even if Han Ju didn't say anything, the heavenly court would accept him. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. While cultivating, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemy while checking his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang received guidance from an immortal god. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your Tao companion Xian Qingjun was attacked by demons, X7940, your good friend Marshal Shenpeng was attacked by your good friend, the Heavenly Emperor. His soul fragment has dissipated and his body has been dealt with by the heavenly punishment. Your good friend Di Taibai was attacked by an immortal emperor and was severely injured. Because of your curse and the bad luck of your grand disciple Su Qi, your enemy Taoist Dan Qing's cultivation was crippled and fell to the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal Realm. Your enemy Vermilion Bird suffered from Qi deviation due to your curse and turned into a ferocious beast. Your enemy Vermilion Bird was killed by the Vermilion Bird Divine Clan because he harmed an area. He died and his Tao dissipated. Your good friend Imo Fuzhou cultivated the devil race's cultivation technique and summoned the true devil servants of the devil race. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. Vermilion Bird was finally cursed to death by him. As for Taoist Dan Qing, his cultivation level had declined. That was good. Han Ju's goal was to kill Taoist Dan Qing before he could settle scores with him. Even if Han Ju's cultivation was stronger, he still had to be cautious. Since ancient times, there had been many cases of the weak defeating the strong. He couldn't be careless on the path of cultivation. If he was careless, he would lose and die. Han Ju also noticed Marshal Shenpeng's situation. He could only silently sympathize. It couldn't be helped. The factions were different. Han Ju had to make the heavenly court stronger. There was no reason to help the enemy. The stronger the heavenly court was, the more stable Han Ju's cultivation would be. Han Ju looked down and became happier. Tao Comprehension Sword suddenly said, Master, the woman you're paying attention to is in danger. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Han Ju was busy cursing and said, It's fine. She can survive. She's surrounded. There are more than 1,000 enemies. Believe her. She's severely injured. Oh. Han Ju frowned. Should he put down the Book of Misfortune and save Li Yao? He had quite a good impression of her. Tao Comprehension Sword cried out, There's no need. She killed all the enemies with one strike. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Not bad. Those who could gain an illogical burst of strength were all model protagonists. Another enemy is here. It's very similar to when the heavenly court cleaned up the mortal world, Tao Comprehension Sword exclaimed again. Han Ju's hand holding the Book of Misfortune trembled. He was in a dilemma. Did he have to put down the Book of Misfortune and save her? Impressive, she actually killed the enemy again. Impressive. Tao Comprehension Sword's tone actually carried a hint of admiration. It could be seen how strong Li Yao was. She could make Tao Comprehension Sword change from jealousy to admiration. Han Ju forced himself not to extend his divine sense to watch the battle, lest it affected him from cursing the enemy. Tao Comprehension Sword fell silent and began to watch seriously. Han Ju didn't say anything. After a while, Tao Comprehension Sword sighed. This person is so powerful. I feel that no one can defeat her. Han Ju asked, How's the situation? Tao Comprehension Sword said, She killed all the enemies. She's probably on the run now. Han Ju was even more curious about Li Yao now. She could even kill enemies from the upper world. She was worth roping in. Several months later. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Han Ju finally cursed all his enemies. He put down the Book of Misfortune and went to the Nine Heavens Galaxy Water. Li Yao was cultivating in a cave. She was still dressed in white, and her expression was calm. It was difficult to imagine that she had experienced a fierce battle a few months ago. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Han Ju looked at Li Yao for a while and probed with his divine sense into the Nine Heavens Galaxy Water, secretly giving Li Yao a Six Paths insignia. Han Ju looked at Li Yao for a while and probed with his divine sense into the Nine Heavens Galaxy Water, secretly giving Li Yao a 6 paths insignia. He hesitated to befriend her. In the cave, Li Yao seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened her eyes. She frowned and looked around the cave. Strange. Li Yao muttered to herself. She raised her right hand, placed her index and middle fingers together, and swiped them in front of her. Her eyes turned purple. Han Ju was amused. What was this? Yin Yang I. Han Ju immediately sent her a voice transmission. Your perception is really good. You can actually sense my existence. He deliberately acted mysterious. Li Yao frowned even more and asked, Senior, what do you mean? Ever since she had betrayed her family, her heart had been frozen. She didn't believe anyone. Han Ju's voice made her think that an expert from the Lu family had come. After all, she had killed many of their experts half a year ago. Han Ju asked, Are you in a mortal world? Li Yao was even more confused. From the other party's question, he shouldn't be from the Lu family. It's a mortal world. Senior, are you from the immortal world? Li Yao asked. Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to be honest with her. He couldn't be bothered to be mysterious. Han Ju smiled and said, We're actually fated to meet. Li Yao was silent, feeling inexplicably terrified. There was actually such a divine object in this world. If Han Ju could see her, what about the other mighty figures? There should be more than one pool of 9 heavens galaxy water. Countless eyes were probably staring at her. Han Ju saw her horror and said, The 9 heavens galaxy water can only show a son of heaven and earth that is not already projected. In other words, other than me, no one is watching you. I don't spy on you every day and night. I cultivate most of the time. Your personality suits me very well. If you want to cultivate diligently and not be disturbed, you can seek refuge with me. Li Yao felt better, but she still asked warily, What do I have to do in return? Han Ju said, We will be bound together for good or bad. As people of the same lineage, we will help each other when in need. Li Yao asked, I only need to help when the sect is in danger, right? Where is Senior? Scarlet Cloud World. Oh. Not the immortal world. It's also a mortal world. Li Yao was silent. Someone from the mortal world was spying on her. Li Yao said, My enemies are Grand Unity Heaven Immortals. I killed a Heaven Immortal like crushing an ant. Li Yao was finally moved. Was he really an expert? This matter cannot be made public. If you want to find me, come quietly. Han Ju was very satisfied with Li Yao's talent. On the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, she would also be in the top 3. Most importantly, Li Yao wasn't reckless. Once she arrived at the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, she would definitely cultivate in seclusion. Li Yao took a deep breath and said, All right, I'll try to find the Scarlet Cloud World. At this moment, she had nowhere to go. It was naturally a good thing that a senior was willing to take her in. Han Ju responded and then severed the divine sense. This was also a test. If Li Yao could find the Scarlet Cloud World, Han Ju would accept her. If not, it would mean that Li Yao's luck wasn't that good. Li Yao fell into deep thought and hesitated to trust Han Ju. On second thought, what did he want from her? The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Calm Beauty. Impossible. Although Li Yao was confident in her looks, she wasn't the number 1 in the world in that department. With his ability, if he wanted someone beautiful, he only needed to wave his hand. Perhaps this was really her fortuitous encounter. Li Yao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Ju looked at the notification and couldn't help but smile. Only 1 star. What a vigilant woman. He continued to cultivate. He had a feeling that if Li Yao wanted to come, she would definitely be able to rush over. Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but rejoice after hearing Han Ju and Li Yao's conversation. Fortunately, she had met her master early. If she had to cross worlds like Li Yao, she might have died on the way. Time passed. To some, it was very slow, but to others, it was very fast. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect had developed very smoothly over the years. Daoist 9 cauldrons hardly disturbed Han Ju. If he encountered trouble, Murong Qi would take action. At this point, Han Ju no longer needed to personally resolve the problem for the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Han Ju was already a legend in the hearts of the disciples of the sect. Even many new elders and deacons had never seen him before. It had been more than 400 years since the Battle of the Heavenly Court. Even in the cultivation world, it had been a long time. Zhou Mingyue also began to rise. She often followed Murong Qi to do missions for the Jade Pure Sacred Sect and gain combat experience. Yang Tiandong and the Chaotic Heavenly Dog returned from time to time. The Chaotic Heavenly Dog had previously left the mortal world and gone to another world. It had obtained quite a fortuitous encounter, and its cultivation level had directly reached the 8th level of the body integration realm. It was already on par with the Black Hell Chicken. The Black Hell Chicken was finally stimulated and began to cultivate diligently. As the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain became stronger, the Black Hell Chicken felt that it didn't matter if it cultivated or not. In any case, if the sky collapsed, there would be others to hold it up. Chu Shuren's cultivation had always been stronger than Zhou Mingyue's despite not cultivating diligently. Tu Ling'er was already a Mahayana realm cultivator. She was talented and willing to cultivate diligently, so her cultivation level naturally increased quickly. Visit Light Novel World. For a better experience. The three-headed Wirm king had transcended the tribulation not long ago and successfully became a loose immortal. Apart from Han Ju, there were 4 other immortals on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. They were the 2 golden crows, Long Hao, and the three-headed Wirm king. The three-headed Wirm king had more than 3 heads already, but he liked this name mainly because he was used to it. About 26 years passed. Han Ju walked out of the cave abode and called his disciples to the Fusang tree. From now on, our lineage will be called the Hidden Sect. What do you think? Han Ju asked with a smile. Since he asked, everyone naturally had no objections and started to flatter him. The Hidden Sect is good, we're a sect hidden from the world. This name is better than the rest. It's better than the Hidden School. That sounds awkward. We finally have a name. From now on, I'm a second-generation disciple of the Hidden Sect. Why not a first-generation disciple? Grandmaster isn't a disciple. According to the legacy, Master is the first generation no matter what. Everyone was really happy. With a name, everyone had a stronger sense of belonging and cohesion. Long Hao chuckled and said, in the future, I'll be the war god of the Hidden Sect. If anyone dares to provoke our Hidden Sect, I won't let them off. When I become the Heavenly Emperor, the immortal position of the Heavenly Court will be chosen by us Hidden Sect disciples. Han Ju glared at him and scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? How can the matter of the immortal god be taken lightly? As for the Heavenly Emperor position, don't even think about it. He's asking to get killed. The Heavenly Emperor had yet to die, but he was already thinking of snatching his position. The others scolded Long Hao as well. Usually, they didn't dare to provoke him. Now that there was a chance, they naturally had to follow suit. Murong Qi snorted. I'm the war god of the Hidden Sect. He had never been convinced by this little Uncle Master. He believed that he would surpass Long Hao one day. Long Hao didn't agree, but facing his master, he could only smile and did not dare to refute. He had always been in awe of Han Ju. The reason was that no matter how strong he became, Han Ju still made him feel unfathomable. He had heard that Han Ju had once fought an immortal god alone and forced the Heavenly Court to give up clearing the world. His father had definitely sent him to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain because of Han Ju's strength. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After having a name, there must be rules. Hidden sect disciples are not to cause trouble or bully the innocent. After having a name, there must be rules. Hidden sect disciples are not to cause trouble or bully the innocent. Of course, if anyone bullies a disciple of the hidden sect, as fellow disciples, you must retaliate. When you take in disciples in the future, don't make abrupt decisions. Every new disciple has to be accepted by me. Most importantly, you are not allowed to kill your fellow disciples. Han Ju said seriously. There were not many rules in the sect. After all, there were not many disciples. The disciples promised that they would remember this. Han Ju stood up and waved his right hand, bringing Long Hao to the void above the Scarlet Cloud world. This was the first time Long Hao came to the void. He was brought here by Di Tai Bai when he was young, but he didn't see the void along the way. He was shocked and nervous. Master, why did you bring me here? Long Hao asked. He thought that he had said something wrong and angered Han Ju. Han Ju said, I want to see your current strength. Boom, Han Ju directly unleashed the reincarnation sword intent and suppressed him. In an instant, Long Hao's face turned pale and his body trembled. Ever since he was born, this was the first time he felt like he was facing death. An unprecedented fear enveloped his heart. At this moment, his mind went blank. After 10 breaths of time, Han Ju finally retracted his reincarnation sword intent. Han Ju said expressionlessly, do you understand? Long Hao was stunned and sweating profusely. He carefully asked, understand what? Han Ju said, there's always someone stronger than you. After staying on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain for so long, do you feel that you're already very powerful? Little do you know that the world outside is even more dangerous than you think. Your senior and junior disciples are mortals, but they've been cultivating diligently. Do you think you've really left them behind? You're the son of the Heavenly Emperor. You should be far ahead of them, but you aren't. The Heavenly Emperor is not the strongest, either. Why did he send you here? It's because this place is safe. If you were in the Heavenly Court, you would have died long ago. There has been internal strife there. They have many enemies. If you go to the immortal world, you might die at any time. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover new novels. Han Ju's words were like sharp blades piercing into Long Hao's heart. He was really afraid. He also realized that he was too arrogant. Before today, he had always felt that he was already very strong. His divine sense covered the mortal world. Other than Han Ju, no one could compare to him. In such an environment, he would inevitably be arrogant. Han Ju continued, How, I don't expect you to do anything for the hidden sect. I don't need it, either. We share a master-disciple relationship and I watched you grow up. I naturally hope that you can live well forever. Long Hao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars, Long Hao's eyes were red. His heart was filled with excitement and guilt. He clenched his fists and said, Master, I was wrong. Han Ju smiled and said, You're my disciple. You have also grown up. Don't always bully juniors in the future. You have to be an example, understand? Long Hao nodded. Then, Han Ju brought him back to the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. After this day, Long Hao changed. He was no longer as outspoken, but he didn't lose his confidence. He only became more restrained and no longer bullied Murong Qi, Zhou Mingyue, and Chu Shiren. Long Hao cultivated diligently, which really stimulated the others. After all, Long Hao had the greatest background. If he cultivated diligently, who could catch up? Inside the Khanate cave abode. Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but ask, did you scare Howard? She had watched Long Hao grow up, so she was naturally concerned. What are you saying? Why would I scare him? I'm educating him. Han Ju said angrily. Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips, thinking, come on. You used to scare me like this. She could only hold it in and not say it out loud. Numinous Palace. The Heavenly Emperor sat at the bottom and looked at the mirror floating in the hall with a satisfied smile. Di Taibai smiled and said, Your Majesty, this Han Ju is quite capable in educating his disciples. His Little Highness has also taken in some of his temperament. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. The Heavenly Emperor said, How old is this brat? He's already after my throne. Di Taibai's expression changed slightly. Your Majesty, Little Highness didn't say it on purpose. He doesn't know what the Heavenly Emperor entails. He only thinks that you are powerful, Di Taibai explained with a smile. The position of the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Court wasn't so simple. The position of the Heavenly Emperor was never based on an inheritance system. Moreover, there were so many sons. If news of this spread, how many siblings would he offend? Have you investigated the disciples of the Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Emperor asked. Di Taibai nodded and said, It's already recorded. Where's the Divine General? Have his injuries recovered? He's recovered. He's cultivating at the 4 extreme emperors' place. The 4 emperors are very satisfied with him. The Divine General might learn a mystical power from them. Let him cultivate. It will also give the other heavenly generals a chance. Then, what should we do next? I want to go to Kunlun personally. Di Taibai frowned and asked hesitantly, if we go to Kunlun at this time. The Heavenly Emperor snorted. All along, it has been others who found trouble with the Heavenly Court. I've already had enough. The Heavenly Court has to display the temperament of the Lord of all worlds. Di Taibai had a headache, but he did not dare to refute. He understood one thing. The peace of the immortal world was about to be stirred. 20 years later. Han Ju was still a distance away from the perfected reincarnation mystic immortal realm. It wasn't that easy to become a golden immortal. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the enemies while checking his emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by an immortal god, X2. Your grand disciple Fang Liang gained an epiphany beside the heavenly river and his cultivation increased greatly. Updated from Light Novel World. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by demons, X 1987, your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Dragon Immortal Island encountered a heavenly tribulation that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. More than half of them died. Your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by the true dragon race, X10228, your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by a divine palace immortal emperor and was severely injured. Han Ju suddenly frowned. He noticed that Zhang Guxing was severely injured and was even harmed by a divine palace immortal emperor. What happened? Han Ju immediately comprehended the Sword Dao and quickly entered the Sword Dao River. However, he didn't see Zhang Guxing. Han Ju had a bad feeling. Did something happen to him? You're finally here. A voice entered Han Ju's ears, startling him so much that he turned to look in its direction. A figure stood not far away, staring at him. Zhang Guxing asked me to tell you something, the figure continued. Han Ju asked in surprise, what happened to my good brother? The figure replied, he was taken away by the divine palace and won't return here anymore. From now on, you will guard the Sword Dao River. I will pass the divine seal to you. Han Ju asked in a low voice, is he all right? The shadow sighed. His enemy took up a higher position and imprisoned him. Back to the topic, he asked me to tell you this, perhaps you're right. I hope you can follow your Dao heart. Follow his Dao heart. Keep hiding. Han Ju's heart sank. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. He was about to speak when the shadow suddenly raised his hand. Then, a beam of light shot out from his index finger and hit him. Read at Wuxia World. EU. After a while, Han Ju regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and saw the Sword Dao River again. The figure from before had already disappeared. Han Ju felt that everything had changed. The Sword Dao River actually felt extremely familiar to him. He could even spread his divine sense. This feeling. It was as if he was observing his storage ring. From now on, he was the guardian of the Sword Dao River. He could see the true appearance of the various figures. He could control the mysterious power of the Sword Dao River and expel people. He could also enter and leave the Sword Dao River at will. From now on, the Sword Dao River would really become his home. However, Han Ju wasn't surprised. Instead, his heart was heavy. Zhang Guxing treated him quite well. When he was young and ignorant, he had even saved him. Otherwise, he would have long been crushed to death by the heavenly Dao of the Sword Dao River. Moreover, whenever Han Ju was puzzled, he would ask Zhang Guxing. The two of them were master and friend. Han Ju said, "Senior, who captured my good brother?" He believed that the person had yet to leave. Indeed. Divine Palace's immortal emperor, Yu Tianbao. What? You want to save him? Alone? The figure's voice sounded again. Han Ju replied, "I'm not an immortal emperor's match. I just wanted to know. Sword God Emperor's favorability towards you has decreased. Current favorability, 2 stars, eh?" This was the Sword God Emperor. Reduced favorability just like that. Something was wrong. The source of this content is Light Novel World. Could it be that the Sword God Emperor still hoped that he would avenge Zhang Guxing? How dare he think of that? Wait. Could it be that the Sword God Emperor wanted him to ask the Heavenly Court for help? Han Ju fell into deep thought. The Sword God Emperor's cold snort sounded again. "Let me remind you one last time. You're guarding the Sword Dao River now, so there's only one authority. You can't do whatever you want. If someone whose cultivation realm far exceeds yours enters the Sword Dao River, you won't be able to control them. Don't offend a mighty figure because of this." Han Ju understood this logic. If he could rely on the Sword Dao River to act fearlessly, Zhang Guxing wouldn't have been caught. In his opinion, the Sword Dao River was like a company. He was a security guard. He could expel people in certain situations, but he wasn't the owner of the company. He had only obtained a key. Han Ju bowed and returned to the Khanate cave abode. He took out the Heavenly Dao token and contacted Di Taibai. "Senior, do you know the Divine Palace's immortal emperor, Yu Tianbao?" Han Ju asked with a voice transmission. Di Taibai replied, "I know. The newly appointed Divine Punishment Elder of the Divine Palace is an immortal emperor existence. He has great authority in the Divine Palace." "What? He has his eyes on you." He sounded nervous. Han Ju said, "He caught a good brother of mine. Is there a way to save him?" "Brother? Where did you get this brother from?" "The one guarding the Sword Dao River. His name is Zhang Guxing." "What? Zhang Guxing is your good brother?" "That's right. Your aptitude in the Sword Dao is so terrifying, you'll naturally encounter him." Immediately after, Di Taibai fell into deep thought. Han Ju showed a frown. It seemed that things were very difficult. If it was in the past, Di Taibai would have agreed immediately. After a long while, Di Taibai finally spoke. Zhang Guxing was once the #1 sword cultivator in the Divine Palace. He was unparalleled in his generation but only had the sword in his heart. The palace master of the divine palace once wanted to betroth his daughter to him, but he rejected it. The daughter was disheartened and married Yu Tianbao instead. Although he married her, Yu Tianbao has always felt that he's inferior to Zhang Guxing. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Zhang Guxing went out to train, he was surrounded and attacked by immortal emperors. For some reason, he abandoned his body and his soul left the divine palace. He has guarded the Sword Dao River since. It's almost impossible to save Zhang Guxing. Recently, the Heavenly Court developed a good relationship with the divine palace. At most, we can help you ensure he's alive. Di Taibai's promise made Han Ju heave a sigh of relief. You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Being alive was better than nothing. That's fine, too. Han Ju replied as Di Taibai agreed to the matter. Di Taibai continued, leave this to the Heavenly Court. Don't rashly stand out. Your talent is terrifying, but your strength is not high enough. You're not an immortal emperor's match. Han Ju replied, I understand. After severing the connection with his divine sense, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Yu Tianbao. There could be many Yu Tianbaos in the myriad worlds, but there was only one in the divine palace. By cursing Yu Tianbao of the divine palace, Han Ju would definitely not curse wrongly. 10 years later, Han Ju cursed the divine palace's Yu Tianbao again and checked his emails at the same time. Your good friend Heavenly Emperor discussed the Tao with a mighty figure and benefited greatly. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Di Hongye was attacked by the divine palace's immortal emperor, X4, your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by the Golden Crow divine clan, X120, your good friend Sword God Emperor was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved him. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has comprehended the true meaning of the Sword Dao and comprehended a heavenly Dao mystical power. Your grand disciple Fang Liang encountered a fortuitous encounter and obtained the supreme cultivation technique of the Dao sect. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a demon saint. The entire sect was slaughtered. Han Ju was a little disappointed that he didn't see Yu Tianbao being affected by the curse. However, seeing that Zhang Guxing could still comprehend a mystical power meant that he was doing well. He checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that Zhang Guxing's cultivation level had become unknown. In other words, Zhang Guxing was an immortal emperor now. Brother is so cool. He escaped danger. Han Ju also noticed the Heavenly Emperor's recent situation. To be able to discuss the Tao with the Heavenly Emperor and increase his cultivation, the mighty figure was definitely not an ordinary person. Who could it be? Han Ju was curious. In addition, why were the Golden Crow Divine Clan and Divine Palace fighting? This content is taken from Light Novel World. The mothers of the two Golden Crows were very fierce as they fought against the four immortal emperors. The immortal world was truly interesting. Even a mighty immortal emperor would make a move, let alone ordinary cultivators. Fortunately, he did not ascend. Otherwise, there would be many problems. Look at Zhou Fan. He had just joined a sect, but it got slaughtered. Han Ju was glad. Several months later, Han Ju cursed all the enemies. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected that the Heavenly Court was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and help the Heavenly Court. You can obtain a Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Continue cultivating and you can obtain a mystical power inheritance. Han Ju cursed silently. You want me to ascend? Impossible. He silently chose the second option. You choose not to ascend for the time being. You obtained a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, reincarnation avatar, you can create an avatar with independent thoughts, and it will never betray its master. It can freely travel through the worlds and be unaffected by karma. This mystical power wasn't bad. He could create a clone to guard the Sword Dao River. That was all. Han Ju didn't want his clone to cause trouble for him. After some thinking, Han Ju began to inherit the reincarnation avatar. Another year passed. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju, who was cultivating. Detected bearer of connate providence, check its origin. Han Ju frowned and immediately chose to check. Crown Prince Tianzi, mid-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, son of the Demon Court's Demon Emperor. He has inherited the soul of the ancient demon race's demon saint and is extremely talented. This time, he followed the Demon Court to attack the Heavenly Court. His mission is to clean up the Heavenly Court's mortal worlds. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Clean up the mortal worlds again. Clean up the mortal worlds again. Are you guys serious? Han Ju cursed in his heart, feeling that these so-called immortals were crazy. If you want to fight, so be it. But don't keep involving mortals. However, Crown Prince Tianzi was at the mid-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. It was a little troublesome. He wondered if he could kill him instantly. Moreover, this fellow had a powerful background. He was the son of the Demon Emperor. Wasn't he equivalent to Long Hao and Long Shan? Han Ju was worried. In the distant void, the heavenly puppet opened its eyes and saw a figure staring at the Scarlet Cloud world. It was Crown Prince Tianzi. Crown Prince Tianzi wore black scales, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. On careful look, he was actually a group of venomous snakes with their tongues out. His face was cold and his eyes were dark red. It was obvious that he was a vicious person. He didn't immediately attack but observed the Scarlet Cloud world. This world's providence is rising the fastest in the Heavenly Court, but the mortals in this world are not strong. It's a little strange. Crown Prince Tianzi pondered silently. At this moment, the heavenly puppet asked, "What do you mean?" Crown Prince Tianzi knew at a glance that he was a puppet. He said calmly, "Come out and fight me." How arrogant. Han Ju silently entered the simulation trial and asked the heavenly puppet to stall for time. "Why must you do this? Did our mortal world offend you?" The heavenly puppet asked. Without another word, Crown Prince Tianzi raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Boundless dermic powers bombarded the heavenly puppet. The heavenly puppet instinctively used the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger to block. This heavenly puppet also had the cultivation of the reincarnation mystic immortal realm. Although it didn't have Han Ju's combat experience, it still relied on its own dermic powers to successfully block Crown Prince Tianzi's attack. Crown Prince Tianzi's eyes narrowed. Even the puppet could stop him. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Crown Prince Tianzi. He glanced over and saw Han Ju. What a handsome man. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World. Com website. A thought appeared in Crown Prince Tianzi's mind. He immediately raised his palm and struck. His palm transformed into a ferocious beast claw, and wisps of black aura emerged from his palm. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded like thunder. Han Ju held the primordial judgment sword in his hand and slashed with it. Countless sword shadows erupted like a torrent that drowned the Crown Prince. In the torrent of sword shadows, the expression of Crown Prince Tianzi changed drastically. Oh no! How can this fellow's sword chi be so powerful? Crown Prince Tianzi screamed in his heart as he immediately moved and jumped out. As soon as he appeared, he felt a terrifying sword chi behind him. He immediately took out an iron halberd and was about to swing it when he was drowned by countless sword shadows. Crap! Crown Prince Tianzi was horrified as his body was quickly destroyed. His essence soul was protected by a mysterious force and did not suffer the destruction of the sword qi. Han Ju attacked again. He raised his left hand and used six paths soul absorption to pull Crown Prince Jianzi in front of him. Wait! I'm the son of the Demon Court's Demon Emperor. You can't kill me. Crown Prince Jianzi shouted in horror. Crown Prince Jianzi has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, Han Ju frowned. Without another word, he used 3 pure world cleansing again to kill Crown Prince Jianzi's essence soul. Since they had already become enemies, he had to kill. If you didn't develop hatred, we could still sit down and chat. Crown Prince Jianzi was dead. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the Khanate cave abode. The void returned to silence as the sword qi dissipated like mist. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju's heart pounded. Would the old one come after he killed the young? Han Ju was already prepared to face an endless wave of enemies. 2 hours. You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Com platform. 4 hours. 10 hours. 2 days passed. Seeing that he didn't receive any hatred notifications, Han Ju was puzzled. Could it be that this Crown Prince Jianzi was not highly regarded by the Demon Emperor? He was the Crown Prince. Wait. The introduction was about the son of a Demon Emperor, not the Demon Court's Crown Prince. If he was really the Demon Court's Crown Prince, why would the Demon Emperor send him to the enemy's lair? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more he felt that it was so. Time passed. After Crown Prince Jianzi died, the Scarlet Cloud world was not attacked again. 10 years later. Han Ju was cursing the enemies when Di Taibai suddenly contacted him through the Heavenly Dao token. Han Ju multitasked and contacted him with his divine sense. Recently, the Heavenly Court was attacked by the Demon Court. Many mortal worlds were devastated. Did anything happen to you? Di Taibai asked. Han Ju replied, I met a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Di Taibai immediately became nervous and asked, how's the situation? Has he already left? He's dead. Huh? Di Taibai was shocked. Han Ju could already kill Golden Immortals. Wasn't that even more ridiculous than the reincarnated Immortal Emperor of the Divine Palace? Han Ju was only 1,000 years old. Although the person from the Divine Palace could kill a Golden Immortal when he was a true Immortal, he was far older. Di Taibai was shocked. He suddenly realized that he and His Majesty might have underestimated Han Ju. You can find the rest of this content on the light novel world. Com platform. Di Taibai asked anxiously, who came looking for trouble? Han Ju didn't hide anything. He also needed the Heavenly Court to help him. Son of the Demon Emperor. Crown Prince Jianzi. Since you knew his identity, you still dared to kill him? Di Taibai asked with a strange tone. Han Ju asked, I have the backing of the Heavenly Court. Could it be that the Heavenly Court is afraid of the Demon Court? Impossible. Our Heavenly Court is the number 1 in the myriad worlds. Di Taibai was silent. He couldn't refute that. Don't tell anyone about this. I'll tell the Heavenly Emperor first. Don't worry, the Heavenly Court will always be your most reliable background. Di Taibai cut off the connection after saying this. Han Ju didn't mind and continued cursing the enemy while reading his emails. Several months later, Han Ju began to create his clone. This reincarnation avatar was going to be used to guard the Sword Dao River. 3 years later, Han Ju finally created a clone that looked exactly like himself. Dao Comprehension Sword was dumbfounded. Han Ju took out a mask and let the reincarnation avatar wear it. From now on, you're Liu Bei. Han Ju smiled and waved his hand to send the reincarnation avatar into the Sword Dao River. The reincarnation avatar's cultivation level was about the same as his, but it didn't inherit his cultivation technique memories. Although Hanju could send his divine sense into the reincarnation avatar and control its body, he was also afraid of potential issues. Therefore, he couldn't let the reincarnation avatar be the exact same as him. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, Master, Liu Bei is your. Hanju replied, it's just a clone. Didn't you go to the Sword Dao River before? He will guard it in the future. Dao Comprehension Sword's talent in the Sword Dao was also very strong. She had gone to the Sword Dao River before. Where's that senior? Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously. Hanju said, he left because he had something to do. Dao Comprehension Sword clicked her tongue in wonder. Master, how did you manage to get this position? With your talent, you won't understand. Hanju rolled his eyes at her and went to the Nine Heavens Galaxy water. He discovered that Li Yao didn't try to find the Scarlet Cloud world. Instead, she hid in a valley and cultivated. She was quite cautious and knew how to hide elsewhere. She was probably afraid that Hanju was tricking her. Master, something happened to Murong Qi. Tu Linger's voice came from outside the cave abode, her tone urgent. For more, visit Light Novel World. Calm Hanju immediately walked out of the cave abode. Murong Qi twitched under the fusang tree. His face was sinister and his body twitched violently. No one dared to approach him. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Hanju quickly came to Murong Qi and squatted down. He first used his divine sense to check his body. Hanju quickly came to Murong Qi and squatted down. He first used his divine sense to check his body. He wasn't injured. There was a problem with his essence soul. He probed Murong Qi's mind with his divine sense, and soon, he saw a shocking scene. Blood rained down as the world darkened. Dozens of terrifying figures fought in the sky. The terrifying aura caused the ground to collapse continuously. Countless bolts of lightning connected the sky and the ground as if the chaos had just begun. It was terrifying. Hanju saw a figure emitting divine light with the strongest aura. He held two halberds of light in his hand and stepped on the fire of the earth. His body was surrounded by lightning, and there was a huge cauldron above his head. It absorbed the spirit qi in the surroundings and formed a world-destroying wind. War God. The moment Hanju saw him, he thought of this title. No matter how many enemies surrounded him, he remained still and suppressed them. With my command, the heavenly Tao will listen and slay the enemy. A domineering voice sounded, shocking as if it came from the ancient gods at the beginning of the flood of history. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck down, illuminating the world. It shook until Hanju's divine sense was severed and his consciousness returned to reality. Hanju frowned and fell into deep thought. Master, how is he? Tu Linger asked. The others also looked at Hanju nervously. Even Long Hao was very nervous. He liked Murong Qi a lot. Ever since Fang Liang left, their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds. Although there was a difference in seniority, they felt like brothers. Sun Chang'an suddenly said, he might have awakened his memories from his previous life and is fusing with them. This feeling was too familiar to him. However, he wasn't as miserable as Murong Qi when he awakened. Oh. Murong Qi has a previous life, the three-headed Wirm king asked in surprise. The black hell chicken cried out, no wonder. I've always felt that this kid's talent is ridiculous. No matter how I chase him, I can't catch up. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. So, Murong Qi also had a powerful background. Hanju said, he's fine for the time being. Let's wait for him to recover. The others began to discuss, curious about Murong Qi's identity in his previous life. There were many legends of reincarnations of immortals in the mortal world. Hanju didn't return to his cave abode. He sat in front of Murong Qi and waited patiently. For days passed before Murong-chi recovered. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Han-ju. With a complicated expression, he slowly said, "Grandmaster." Han-ju said, "No matter what, this will always be your home. Here, you don't have to worry about anything. Just say whatever you want. You don't have to worry about whether I can accept it or not. Actually, I know everything about you." Murong-chi's pupils constricted as his emotions became even more complicated. Han-ju teased, "Do you know where your master came from? He's an ancient spiritual ginseng from the Buddhist sect. He was once cursed by the gods and Buddhas and went through a love tribulation in the cycle of reincarnation. He suffered terribly." These words attracted the attention of the others. Sun Chang'an had such an identity? No wonder he was so obsessed with Qian'er. Sun Chang'an's expression was calm and indifferent. The black hell chicken was pleasantly surprised. "Looks like I'm really a phoenix. Master didn't lie to me." Since Murong-chi and Sun Chang'an both had powerful backgrounds, so did it. The others couldn't help but let their imagination run wild. Who didn't want to have a prominent identity in their previous life? Murong-chi said, "Grandmaster, since you know, why did you still accept me?" He was no longer in high spirits. He looked very down and out. "Didn't you kneel for so many years to become my disciple?" Han-ju asked with a smile. "The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World." Calm Murong-chi was stunned before he smiled bitterly. "I implicated Grandmaster." Han-ju snorted. "Don't you understand what I said just now? If you acknowledge me as your Grandmaster, I'll protect you. Even if it's the Divine Palace, I won't be afraid. Just stay on the Cultivate diligently, become Immortal Mountain and cultivate well. When you have the capital to take revenge, you'll kill your way back." But what? Do you think I'm an ant in front of the Divine Palace? I cultivate in peace. If the Divine Palace had discovered you, they would have come long ago." Murong-chi was silent. Han-ju said meaningfully, "You might have been very powerful in your previous life, but here, your previous life's identity is not considered outstanding. Some people are more ridiculous than you." Murong-chi was shocked and looked at the others. The others looked at each other. The black hell chicken said smugly, "Of course. I'm a phoenix." "Do you know the origins of a phoenix?" Long Hao said proudly, "Disciple nephew, what are you afraid of? Is the Divine Palace very strong? I'm the son of the Heavenly Emperor. Wait for me to take. In any case, I'll avenge you in the future." Murong-chi smiled and said proudly, "I'm not afraid of the Divine Palace. I'm just afraid of implicating you guys. There's no need for you to do anything. In the future, I'll challenge the Divine Palace alone and let all their immortal emperors perish." Han-ju sized him up carefully and felt that he didn't change much. He hadn't completely transformed into a stranger. Perhaps Murong-chi had only obtained his memories, and his personality was still the same. "Master, what's your relationship with the Heavenly Court?" Murong-chi suddenly asked. Han-ju said, "You can go to the Heavenly Court if you want in the future. I can help you." Murong-chi understood what he meant. Then, Han-ju stood up and returned to the Khanate cave abode. Everyone surrounded Murong-chi and asked about his past. Murong-chi didn't reveal anything, just as Sun Chang'an wouldn't mention his previous life. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Calm Dao Comprehension Sword followed Han-ju into the cave abode and asked curiously, "Master, what's his identity? Tell me." "I definitely won't tell anyone." Han-ju sat on the bed and told her what he knew about Murong-chi. Dao Comprehension Sword was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Murong-chi to have such a high status. It was too terrifying. Han-ju said seriously, "This matter cannot be revealed, including the other disciples of the hidden sect." Dao Comprehension Sword nodded heavily. She also knew that this was not a joke. The nine-tailed demon empress has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 6 stars. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju. He couldn't help but frown and immediately checked his interpersonal relationships. Nine-tailed demon empress, late-stage grand unity golden immortal realm, one of the demon empresses of the demon court, the mother of Crown Prince Tianzi. When she learned that you killed him, she developed hatred towards you. She won't rest until you're dead. Current hatred points, 6 stars. Han Ju frowned even more. This still happened, after all. He immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the nine-tailed demon empress. After cursing for 5 days, he continued cursing the other enemies. You guys, if you want to blame someone, blame the nine-tailed demon empress. Han Ju thought silently. Several months later, before he finished cursing, Di Taibai's divine sense fluctuation came from the heavenly Tao token. Han Ju established a connection with him. Don't leave the territory under the heavenly court in the future. Di Taibai's tone was solemn. Han Ju responded positively. You must be joking. I've no intention of going out, anyway. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. Di Taibai asked, aren't you curious about why I said this? Need you ask? It must be because of Crown Prince Tianzi, Han Ju said helplessly. He felt that Di Taibai was too busy recently. Di Taibai sighed. That's not the case. Something even more terrifying has happened. Read at Wuxia World. EU. What's wrong? The heavenly court is about to collapse. Han Ju asked nervously. Just because he killed the son of the demon emperor. Di Taibai said, how is that possible? What's wrong? The heavenly court is about to collapse. Han Ju asked nervously. Just because he killed the son of the demon emperor. Di Taibai said, how is that possible? Han Ju waited for him to continue. However, he suddenly fell silent. Han Ju frowned. What was wrong with Di Taibai? Did he disconnect? The heavenly court's network is so poor. After a long while, Di Taibai sighed again and said, I don't know why, but the Divine Palace actually started a war with the Golden Crow Divine Clan. The Demon Court and the Buddhist sect have formed an alliance again. The heavenly court is going to be in a passive state. In the following period of time, the heavenly court will be in a tough spot. But it's fine. This is not the first time this has happened. Han Ju couldn't help but mourn for them. They had finally allied with the Divine Palace, but they had actually provoked the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Perhaps it was related to the Demon Court. But no matter what, Han Ju couldn't care less. The Demon Emperor won't find trouble with me, right? Han Ju asked. Di Taibai said, the Demon Emperor has many sons. Crown Prince Tianzi is not outstanding. The Demon Emperor is quite annoyed with him, in fact. He won't act recklessly. The Demon Court and the Buddhist sect can't trust each other forever. As long as you don't leave the Scarlet Cloud world or the Heavenly Court's territory, that's fine. Han Ju couldn't help but ridicule, it's only been a few hundred years, but there's already a second person who wants to clean up the Scarlet Cloud world. Does the Heavenly Court not have any patrols? Yes, we will send stronger heavenly generals next. Where's the Flame Lord Emperor? Have you found him? We found him. He's recuperating. That's good. Han Ju didn't ask what happened to the Flame Lord Emperor. He was just a nobody and didn't want to be involved too much. Di Taibai didn't continue chatting. After severing the divine sense connection, Han Ju began to meditate and cultivate. No matter what, increasing his strength was the key. Han Ju thought. Life was like this. Updated from Light Novel World. Han Ju felt that he was already low profile enough, but he would still encounter trouble occasionally. If he ascended, there might be more trouble. No one could leave the mortal world completely, much less live a peaceful life. He had to persist on his Tao heart. He would cultivate on the same path as before. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 40 years passed. Han Ju finally reached the perfected reincarnation mystic immortal realm. The golden immortal realm was right in front of him. Han Ju was excited. He had waited a long time for this breakthrough. It was longer than any previous breakthrough. After breaking through, Han Ju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started celebrating at the same time. He opened his emails to check on his friends. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by the Golden Crow Divine Clan, X12098, your grand disciple Fong Liang was attacked by demons, X16782, your good friend Ji Xianchen was attacked by demons, X237644, your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The Dragon Immortal Island has encountered an extremely cold calamity that is rare in tens of thousands of years. Your good friend Zhou Fan has gone through an ordeal to reach the Penglai Immortal Island. Your grand disciple Murong Qi has comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth and awakened his innate great Tao. Your good friend Divine General was attacked by a group of demon immortal emperors, X15, your good friend Divine General has killed an immortal emperor. His providence has increased greatly. Han Ju continued reading. The cultivation mortal world was still considered calm. The immortal world was really in chaos. The heavenly court and the demon court had truly started a war. Follow new episodes on the light novel world. Com platform. This was even more exaggerated than when Great Sage equaling heaven had wreaked havoc in the heavenly court. The Divine General was as ferocious as ever. He was surrounded by 15 immortal emperors and was not severely injured. He even counterattacked. Han Ju persisted in cursing. Several months later, the curse finally ended. He continued to consolidate his cultivation and prepared to break through. It was said that once one reached the golden immortal realm, one could comprehend karma and deduce fate. They would almost gain immortality. Han Ju was looking forward to it. After reaching the golden immortal realm, he wouldn't be far from becoming an immortal emperor. Of course, the immortal emperor realm wasn't Han Ju's target. He wanted to surpass the deity realm and the zenith heaven realm. Only by becoming the strongest could he continue living. About 7 years passed. Han Ju finally started to break through. He chased Tao Comprehension Sword out. Tao Comprehension Sword knew that he was about to break through and did not show any emotions. The disciples under the Fusang tree saw her coming out and didn't care at first. But when the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain began to shake violently, they realized that Han Ju was breaking through. Murong Qi sighed. Grandmaster's talent is truly ridiculous. In both my previous and current lives, I've never seen anyone with greater talent than him. This was the truth. In this life, when he got to know Han Ju, the latter had yet to reach the immortal realm. Sun Chang'an smiled and said, actually, Master's identity has always been very mysterious. He might be the reincarnation of an expert from the immortal world. The Black Hell Chicken laughed. Ha ha ha, of course. My master is definitely powerful. The Golden Crow, said, I've always felt that master is extraordinary. Xiao Er nodded. They couldn't forget the terror of being suppressed by Han Ju. While everyone was discussing, Han Ju had already entered the important moment of breaking through. In the numinous palace, immortal gods gathered. Visit Light Novel World. Com for the best novel reading experience. The Heavenly Emperor sat at the head of the table with an expressionless face. The atmosphere in the hall was very poor. Even the Divine General's expression was dark. No one can kill that immortal emperor of the demon court, the Heavenly Emperor asked. The immortals looked at each other. 176, 64. 30, 253 Giant spiritual martial god said in a low voice, Your Majesty, can't we invite those gods? The Heavenly Emperor said calmly, the 24-star emperors are already on their way back. They suppressed the edge of the chaos previously, so it will take them some time to return. The immortals were pleasantly surprised. In that case, I'll fight him again. Although I can't kill him, he can forget about killing me, the divine general said. The other immortals urged. No, once you attack, the dozens of immortal emperors of the demon court will come out in full force. They want to kill you too much. Yes, the demon court views you as a thorn in their flesh. Divine General, you just fought a huge battle. Don't act recklessly. The heavenly court cannot lose a divine general. Hearing the immortal's words, the divine general frowned. He understood the logic, but the heavenly court needed someone to stand up for them. Otherwise, they would lose all their reputation. Ji Xianxian stood at the bottom of the heavenly generals. His blood surged. He wanted to stand out, but his cultivation was too weak. If he was strong enough, this would be his chance to become famous. The heavenly emperor glanced at Di Taibai and said, in that case, let's ask the crown prince. Crown prince. The immortals were in an uproar. The divine general narrowed his eyes. Di Taibai was relieved. He smiled and said, His Highness the Crown Prince has been waiting for a long time. He's just waiting for His Majesty to speak. An old immortal hurriedly asked, Isn't His Highness the Crown Prince in Kunlun? The heavenly emperor said calmly, I brought him along when I returned from Kunlun. He should be unrivaled in the emperor realm now. The immortals were even more excited. The heavenly emperor had many sons, but one of them was a legend of the heavenly court. Before the rise of the divine general, he was the court's signature combatant. Ji Xianxian was secretly curious. How strong was that crown prince to actually make the immortals so excited? 10 years later. The latest episodes are on the light novel world. Com website. Han Ju finally broke through. Early stage reincarnation golden immortal realm. Just as he broke through, Han Ju's dermic powers began to increase, and his soul also sublimated. His consciousness jumped out of the 5 elements and arrived in a gray space. Read at Wuxia World. EU. This is, Han Ju looked around curiously. As he spread his divine sense, he seemed to sense a mysterious power hidden in the dark fog. This is, Han Ju looked around curiously. As he spread his divine sense, he seemed to sense a mysterious power hidden in the dark fog. Somehow, Han Ju saw a river. A river that concentrated all the myriad worlds in the universe and had no origin or end. In this river, Han Ju saw all living beings and the vicissitudes of life. He even saw his past and some unfamiliar scenes. Perhaps it was the future. Han Ju had a thought. Could this be the river of destiny? Han Ju flew towards the river of destiny. When he wanted to see his future, the future self in the river of destiny suddenly turned to look at him. Han Ju felt like he was looking in a mirror. Don't pry into the future. The change in karma is the greatest variable, the other Han Ju said from within the river of destiny. Han Ju immediately retracted his gaze and stopped prying into the future. He turned around and saw another river. It was mysterious and beautiful, like a dream. A beam of light suddenly swept over at an extremely fast speed. Even Han Ju, who had broken through to the reincarnation golden immortal realm, couldn't react in time. His essence soul was struck. In an instant, he felt a powerful and vast power enter his body. This power was different from dermic powers. It was even more unfathomable. Han Ju quickly entered a mysterious and profound state. Epiphany. His essence soul burst forth with a dark light that was close to black. It looked very similar to the surrounding darkness, but it also looked out of place. Some time passed. Han Ju finally regained his consciousness. He had grasped a new power. Congratulations on comprehending the great Tao of life and death. As this is your first time comprehending the Great Tao, you have the following choices. 1. Obtain a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Obtain a mystical power inheritance. Han Ju silently chose the first option and began to carefully comprehend the Great Tao of life and death. He guessed that the reason why he could comprehend the Great Tao of life and death was related to the 6 paths of reincarnation technique he had been cultivating. The latest episodes are on the light novel world.com website. The power of the Great Tao was far stronger than dermic powers. Han Ju couldn't completely control this power. He only obtained it. You actually comprehended the Great Tao of life and death at the Golden Immortal Realm. Kid, you cultivate my cultivation technique. A cold snort sounded, scaring Han Ju. He turned around but couldn't see anyone else. Han Ju was nervous and didn't know how to leave and return to his body. Could the providence of an immortal emperor's descendant be real? Han Ju had a strange expression and was a little flustered. How did the system arrange my identity? Han Ju asked carefully, Senior. He didn't receive a reply. The voice stopped speaking. After a while, Han Ju suddenly felt a powerful repulsive force pushing him out of the dark space. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his body. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 1681/12,399,999,999, race, immortal, stellar primordial body, cultivation, early stage of the reincarnation golden immortal realm, technique, 6 paths of reincarnation, can be inherited, Great Tao of life and death, magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword, unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major kiliacosm thunderstorm, wind god technique, still phase technique, mystical power. 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, imitate heaven and earth, somersault cloud, grand unity, 10,000 sword sect, Tathagata incantation, 6 paths ultimate seal, firmament sword chi, grand unity, heaven earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger, grand unity, universe in the sleeves, door of reincarnation, invocation technique, 3 heads 6 arms, destiny sword chi great will, karma, divine eye of reincarnation, reincarnation avatar, equipment. 12. 3 billion years of lifespan. This was longer than the life of Earth in his previous life. Han Ju was in a good mood. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. After 3 years, his cultivation finally stabilized. He called Tao Comprehension Sword back in and took out the Book of Misfortune to curse the enemies. Visit Light Novel World.com for a better experience. Several months later, Han Ju began to improve his Sword Tao mystical powers. When he came to the Sword Tao River again, he felt very close to it. Han Ju first improved the 3 pure world cleansing when he passed Liu Bei, the latter nodded at him. Han Ju continued forward. This time, he wanted to see if his mystical power could surpass grand unity. As he advanced, Han Ju didn't feel any pressure. When he exceeded his previous limits, he still didn't feel any pressure. After reaching the golden immortal realm, he had indeed become different. The figures advancing along the way decreased. After a while, Han Ju finally felt the pressure, but he could still endure it. He continued forward. Suddenly, he saw a purple figure walking beside him. This fellow's pace was still increasing, wanting to surpass him. Han Ju quickened his pace. After 100 steps, both of them slowed down. Humph! A cold snort came from the purple figure. Han Ju didn't reply and focused on advancing. Jiang Yi has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Han Ju ignored the notification in front of him. He would check later. Continue forward. After an unknown period of time, there was no longer anyone around. There was only the purple figure ahead, Jiang Yi. This Jiang Yi was something. He walked even faster than Han Ju. Han Ju already felt overwhelmed and couldn't walk anymore. Somehow, he felt an invisible shackle on his body. He had to break free. Han Ju gritted his teeth and persisted. Jiang Yi suddenly stopped and turned around. The Emperor Realm is up ahead. Do you still want to continue? Emperor Realm? Han Ju's eyes flashed with surprise. He was finally here. Visit to Light Novel World. Discover new novels. Although he felt great pressure, it wasn't to the extent of backlash. Of course. Han Ju smiled and said casually. Jiang Yi asked, "Who are you?" Han Ju replied, "Heavenly Court, Sima Yi." Jiang Yi noted down this name and did not say anything else. Han Ju found it difficult to move, and his body began to tremble. He began to use all his strength to break free from the restraints on his body. Boom! Han Ju felt everything in front of him explode. Immortal world, above the 9 heavens. Countless bolts of lightning suddenly intertwined, blocking the light of the heavenly court. In the numinous palace, the heavenly emperor suddenly frowned and muttered, "Emperor Realm?" He immediately observed heavenly court but did not find anyone undergoing tribulation. Not a breakthrough in the cultivation realm. Could it be an Emperor Realm mystical power? The heavenly emperor began to sweep his divine sense across the 10,000 mortal worlds below the heavenly court. With a thought, he saw all forms of life. Soon, his gaze locked onto the scarlet cloud world. This aura. It was Han Ju. This kid has comprehended an Emperor Realm mystical power. A look of surprise flashed across the heavenly emperor's eyes. Han Ju kept surprising him, making him even more satisfied. He immediately waved his sleeve and concealed the heavenly secrets to prevent anyone from deducing Han Ju and bringing trouble to him. Several months later. In the cave abode, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Your mystical power, 3 pure world cleansing, has reached the Emperor Realm. As this is your first time comprehending an Emperor Realm mystical power, you have obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure God Slayer Sword, updated from Light Novel World. Read at Wuxia World. EU. God Slayer Sword, Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, a fiendish treasure of the Heavenly Tao. No karma is generated when killing enemies. It can absorb the heaven and earth fiendish aura for its own use. God Slayer Sword, Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, a fiendish treasure of the Heavenly Tao. No karma is generated when killing enemies. It can absorb the heaven and earth fiendish aura for its own use. Han Ju felt good when he saw the information about the God Slayer Sword. He immediately took it out and started to make it recognize him as its master. The blade of the God Slayer Sword was black and looked extremely evil. Especially the carving on the sword case, it looked like a sinister devil bearing its fangs. Han Ju put it away and continued to comprehend the Sword Tao. He wanted to raise all his Sword Tao mystical powers to the Emperor Realm. In the blink of an eye, another 7 years passed. Han Ju had already raised his strength in all aspects to his current limit. He began the simulation trial. Di Tai Bai was insta-killed. Flame Lord Emperor was insta-killed. Against the Heavenly Emperor, Han Ju was insta-killed. Marshal Shenpeng was insta-killed. Crown Prince Jianze was insta-killed. Dragon Subduing Buddha was insta-killed. Han Ju opened his eyes. In short, he was still very satisfied. No one below the immortal Emperor Realm could kill him now. However, when he thought of how he had offended the Demon Court's Empress, he became wary. No. If he couldn't defeat an immortal emperor, how could he be considered strong? Han Ju took a deep breath and restrained his pride. He took out the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and started upgrading the Book of Misfortune. It wasn't suitable to upgrade the God Slayer Sword. It was a fiendish treasure that could easily devour its owner. How good would it be to give the Book of Misfortune an upgrade? It could still continue to deal with enemies. Han Ju liked to kill the enemy before they attacked. He would try not to fight if he could. The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel World. Kong Dao Comprehension Sword was curious about Han Ju's actions. Wasn't that an ordinary book? Could it be that Master was lying to her? Han Ju ignored Dao Comprehension Sword and spent a few days successfully upgrading the Book of Misfortune. Your Book of Misfortune has been upgraded to an Emperor Dao Numinous Treasure. Han Ju was stunned when he saw it. It seemed that the Diamond 5 Elements bracelet was stronger because it was an Emperor Dao Supreme Treasure. Emperor Dao Numinous Treasures and Emperor Dao Supreme Treasures were above Supreme Grade Grand Unity Supreme Treasures. Han Ju didn't think too much and started cursing the enemy. His lifespan would decrease after more than 5 days of consecutive cursing. Han Ju planned to curse every enemy for 5 days without decreasing his lifespan. While cursing, Han Ju opened the emails. Your good friend Ji Xianxian was attacked by a demon saint and was severely injured. Your good friend Di Taibai was attacked by demons, X5631, your granddisciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons, X49323, your granddisciple Fang Liang fought and devoured a demon soul. His bloodline has transformed. Your good friend Sword God Emperor was attacked by your good friend Di Hongya and was severely injured. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by the Divine Palace Immortal Emperor. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. Daoist Dan Qing's Dao heart has shattered and he's lost his sanity. The Heavenly Court and the Demon Court were still fighting, but from the looks of it, the Heavenly Court was beginning to gain the upper hand. They weren't attacked as many times as before. However, the Divine Palace was in a miserable state, especially the Sword God Emperor. It was unknown how the Divine Palace had offended the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Han Ju suddenly felt that the Golden Crow Divine Clan was no weaker than the Divine Palace. It was even slightly stronger. Master, Li Yao is being hunted again, Dao Comprehension Sword suddenly said. She sat beside the Nine Heavens Galaxy water and turned her head to see the water surface. Han Ju cursed and asked, "How's the situation?" Dao Comprehension Sword replied, "It's all right. No one is her match. After so many years, Li Yao must still be growing stronger." You can find the rest of this content on the Light Novel World. Com platform. Han Ju didn't ask anymore. Since Li Yao was fine, he couldn't be bothered to care. Dao Comprehension Sword watched with relish. 6 months later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune and continued cultivating. A few days later, Xing Hongxian suddenly returned. Han Ju told Dao Comprehension Sword to go out and stayed alone with Xing Hongxian. "Husband, how's your cultivation recently?" Xing Hongxian sat beside him and asked with a smile. Han Ju said, "It's all right. What about you?" After not seeing her for so many years, Han Ju really missed her. Xing Hongxian chuckled. "I've also been well." "Forget it, cut the crap. Let's get down to business." The two of them started messing around. A month later, they stopped. After Xing Hongxian put on her clothes, she began to describe her experiences over the years. Although it was risky, it was still smooth sailing. Xing Hongshuan's cultivation level was already at the void amalgamation realm. She was very satisfied with her cultivation progress. "Husband, how many realms higher are you compared to me?" Xing Hongxian asked curiously. Han Ju muttered, "Let me count. About 9. Xing Hongxian, several days later, she left. Xing Hongxian also offered a treasure to him this time. Unfortunately, Han Ju didn't think much of it and instead taught her a mystical power. Life returned to normal. Han Ju hoped that the days would be peaceful and that no one would disturb him. It wasn't boring to feel his cultivation level increase every day. The disciples of the hidden sect couldn't take it. After Zhou Mingyue obtained Han Ju's agreement, he went down the mountain to train. two Linger also began to walk the world. Sun Chang'an, Long Hao, the three-headed Wirm king, the black hell chicken, the two golden crows, Chu Shiren, and Murong Chi were still cultivating. The three-headed Wirm king looked at the black hell chicken and asked, "You don't plan to go out for a walk in your life?" The black hell chicken said disdainfully, "What's there to do outside? The chaotic heavenly dog has already gone out. With your cultivation level, you shouldn't be in danger, right? Visit Light Novel World. Come for a better experience. No, that dog's son is probably dead. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Are you afraid of the outside world?" The black hell chicken fell silent. The others couldn't help but open their eyes. They didn't expect that the usually annoying black hell chicken was actually afraid of the outside world. On careful thought, it made sense. It had never descended the mountain. The black hell chicken flew into a rage. "How can I be afraid? It's just not time yet." Unfortunately, no one believed it. Inside the Khanate cave abode, Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned slightly. The black hell chicken was having social anxiety. Could it be that he had scared it too much? The current black hell chicken was already at the body integration realm and was not far from the tribulation transcendence realm. With this cultivation level, it was very difficult to encounter danger in the mortal world. After all, it had obtained many inheritances from Han Ju. It could easily defeat ordinary tribulation transcendence realm cultivators. "I'll force it to go out when it reaches the Mahayana realm." Han Ju thought silently. He now treated the entire Scarlet Cloud world as his home, so there was no big deal moving around in it. 13 years later, Di Tai Bai came to visit. This time, he came personally. Han Ju had no choice but to tell Dao Comprehension Sword to go out again and talk to him alone. Di Tai Bai noticed the Nine Heavens Galaxy water and the Resurrection Lily beside it. The Resurrection Lily had already grown a lot and was beginning to produce immortal chi. This kid actually has quite a few treasures. Di Tai Bai thought silently. He didn't ask. Everyone had their secrets. The demon court has already begun to retreat. "How's your cultivation level?" Di Tai Bai asked. Han Ju's cultivation level was still stagnant at the true immortal realm. In Di Tai Bai's opinion, this fellow had used some methods to deliberately conceal his cultivation level. It was definitely not his true cultivation level. Han Ju hesitated and said, "It's alright. I'm almost at the golden immortal realm." Di Tai Bai sighed. "Your breakthrough speed is really fast. It won't be long before you can join the heavenly court." Hearing this, Han Ju was even more conflicted. The latest episodes are on the Light Novel World.com website. Read at Wuxia World. EU. Can I stay here and cultivate unless the heavenly court is in trouble? I don't want it to be too troublesome, Han Ju said helplessly. Can I stay here and cultivate unless the heavenly court is in trouble? I don't want it to be too troublesome, Han Ju said helplessly. He really didn't want to go to the heavenly court. Wherever there were people, there would be trouble. The world was a network of relationships. Han Ju didn't want to waste his energy on managing it. Even if he chose to be alone, trouble would still come. It wasn't that staying away from trouble meant that there was no trouble. Di Tai Bai asked in confusion, "Why are you so afraid? You don't want to make a name for yourself, nor do you want to be a revered immortal. With the heavenly court and His Majesty backing you, no one in the court will dare to provoke you, just like the Divine General." It was fine if he didn't mention the Divine General, but once he did, Han Ju panicked. The Divine General was a pitiful laborer. Although he was majestic, he would also be severely injured. Han Ju didn't want to be a Divine General. He shook his head and said, "I don't want fame and fortune. I only want to live. The heavenly court has done me a favor, so I naturally have to repay it. I just hope that I can repay it at the critical moment. I'm willing to be the heavenly court's guardian and not a divine general who has to expand the territory. Tai Bai smiled helplessly. This kid. Really cowardly. This was the first time he had encountered such a prodigy. In all the worlds, which prodigy had such a temperament? Tai Bai shook his head and said, after the war between the heavenly court and the demon court ends, the heavenly court will choose 10 prodigies to go to the Tao sect to learn. There will be a supreme Taoist preaching. His Majesty has given you a spot. Do you want to go? Han Ju frowned and said, forget it. Let others have it. My potential is already outstanding. If I give this opportunity to others, I can also help the heavenly court increase their combat strength. This is a rare opportunity. There's an immortal emperor's Tao attainment technique. To me, it's useful but not necessary. All right. Tai Bai frowned. He felt that Han Ju was too conceited. But on second thought, his potential indeed made him qualified to be conceited. Tai Bai continued, His Highness the Crown Prince has returned and is about to visit the true dragon race. Are you willing to go? The true dragon race has many divine weapons. You can choose one that you like. Thank you for your kind intentions. I don't need it for the time being. Tai Bai was convinced. For more, visit Light Novel World. This kid didn't want to leave this mortal world. The two of them chatted for a while more before Tai Bai left. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Don't disturb my Tao heart. Han Ju thought silently. After Tai Bai left, Tao Comprehension Sword returned to the cave abode and asked curiously, why is that old man a little angry? Who knows? Han Ju said perfunctorily. Tao Comprehension Sword Tao, Master, can you teach me the second level of the heavenly sword Tao? I can't defeat the golden crow. How infuriating. Han Ju rolled his eyes at her and said, your realm is too low. But, when you reach the Mahayana realm, I'll teach you step by step. Really? Tao Comprehension Sword immediately smiled in pleasant surprise. Han Ju ignored her and focused on cultivating. He had to become an immortal emperor as soon as possible. Only then could he protect himself. Heavenly Court, in a courtyard, in a stone pavilion. The heavenly emperor was drinking tea as he asked casually, did he really say that? Tai Bai bowed at the side and said helplessly, that's right. He just wants to stay in the mortal world and cultivate in peace. The heavenly emperor shook his head and laughed. He's already a golden immortal. Ah. How is that possible? Updated from Light Novel World. How can my words be fake? Tai Bai was shocked, and his imagination began to run wild. Han Ju hid his cultivation and refused to come to the heavenly court. Could there be something else? The heavenly emperor said, don't think too much. This child is indeed too cautious. This is also good. The heavenly court doesn't lack a grand unity golden immortal for the time being. We lack an immortal emperor, an invincible immortal emperor, and even more so a deity realm cultivator. Tai Bai nodded and tried to calm down. How is Feng Liang? The heavenly emperor continued to ask. Feng Liang is indeed worthy of being the son of heaven and earth. He grows very quickly, even faster than the other sons of heaven and earth. He can join this Tao sect group. Yes, it seems that Han Ju's luck is not bad. He can bless his grand disciples. The other disciples of the hidden sect of the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain are all good. Han Ju really knows how to choose disciples. Great providence is attracted to each other. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many prodigies stepping on each other to ascend. True. The heavenly emperor didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and gestured for Tai Bai to leave. After a while, the heavenly emperor knocked on the table. The space beside him began to ripple like water. 27 years had passed in the mortal world. Han Ju had completely learned the golden immortal chapter of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, but he hadn't comprehended any new mystical power. Instead, his control over the great Tao of life and death had increased. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique was an immortal emperor cultivation technique. It wasn't a problem for him to cultivate to the immortal emperor realm. However, he had to seek a higher cultivation technique at a higher level. To Han Ju, the immortal emperor realm was still very far away. He didn't have to consider the reason for the cultivation technique for the time being. From his understanding, immortal emperors should be considered first-rate experts in the immortal world. On this day, a line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected bearer of connate providence, check its origin. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. Was it another enemy? He immediately checked. Jiang Yi, perfected grand unity golden immortal realm, born with a chaotic skeleton. He is thought to be the reincarnation of a chaotic fiend celestial. He is the invincible prodigy of the Golden Crow divine clan. Ever since he was born, he has been invincible among his peers. He has never been defeated. Because he knows that you are from the heavenly court, he specially came to find you. Updated from Light Novel World. Kame. Isn't this Jiang Yi the one I met in the Sword Dao River? Han Ju frowned. Why was this fellow looking for him? His favorability was only 1 star. Han Ju immediately checked Jiang Yi's location and discovered that he was stopped in the void of the Scarlet Cloud world, as if waiting for him to appear. Han Ju used the simulation trial to see if he could defeat this fellow first. 5 minutes later, Han Ju opened his eyes with a solemn expression. He couldn't kill Jiang Yi. The two of them reached a draw. Han Ju was shocked. This was the first time he fought someone at the same cultivation level to a draw. This fellow was amazing. Han Ju thought for a moment and still went to see Jiang Yi in case he caused trouble. Arriving in the void, Jiang Yi smiled when he saw him. He wore a golden robe that was burning with true sun flame, and his white hair fluttered slightly. Sima Yi, I didn't expect you to be raising some members of our Golden Crow divine clan, Jiang Yi said. Han Ju asked warily, you know them? Jiang Yi said, their potential is poor and they are siblings. I already guessed their identities, but it's not important. I came to find you because I wanted to invite you to enter the Primordial Sword Domain together. What's the Primordial Sword Domain? The Primordial Sword Domain was a world created by the human school sect master of the Tao sect. It absorbed the souls of the dead who had undergone the immeasurable calamity. Those souls couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation and could only be suppressed in the Primordial Sword Domain. Ever since the sect master of the human school died, the Primordial Sword Domain has become an ownerless place. The inheritance of the human school sect master is inside, especially his sword Tao. Thank you for your invitation, but I think I should pass. I don't want to leave this place. I have to protect this world. With your potential, you only became a mortal world guardian. Is the heavenly court blind? No, I asked for this, Han Ju replied very politely. He was wary of Jiang Yi, afraid that he would suddenly attack. Follow current novels on Light Novel World. Jiang Yi stared at him and sized him up carefully. Han Ju felt very uncomfortable being stared at. Read at Wuxia World. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.